All right, and welcome to this week's exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As you guys may have noticed, who are watching the video of this, would like to mark the passing of one of our members, Adam Schjotstedt. Apologies if I messed up his last name. Obviously, a Swedish member. But yeah, we're very sorry for his loss and hope that he finds himself in the warm embrace of his ancestors. On a happier note, it's awesome that we are starting the 32nd year of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Pretty excited about a lot of different things this year. We made a lot of progress towards a lot of things in 2025. Very, very fortunate. It is an amazing time to be part of the Asatru Folk Assembly. I'm going to ramble about some top of the year, New Year's, other AFA stuff at the top of the show. But on this broadcast, at long last, Svan and myself will finish with our odyssey through the prose Edda. Appreciate everybody sticking with us on it. I know that it's long, and I know that the end with all of the smaller fragments and bits about the Volsunga cycle can be tedious. There's, juicy little nuggets to pull out of each of them. But I appreciate you guys sticking with us. We're going to finish up tonight on that. And then next time Svan is with us 2 weeks from today, we will begin the Poetic Edda. And that's exciting. I think that we will do the introduction and begin the Gylfaginning in our next time together. So lots of exciting stuff there. The Gylfaginning is a foundational text in the Asatru Folk Assembly for the way that we practice Asatru. So we're looking forward to that. Also, lest I forget, GW Farnsworth, you are awesome. Thank you so much. You don't miss a beat on being the first and donating each time. $20 to this program and $30 towards paying off Sigerheim, which is much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. On Sigerheim notes, I am very excited. I am very happy. It has taken me longer than I had originally planned, but we are now in a position and we are moving to Jackson County, Tennessee. I am really hoping to be out there first or second week of February. That's my plan. So I'm very, very excited about that. Stay tuned when I get out there because I'm going to be obnoxious about all of the stuff that we're working on and stuff that we're doing once I get there. And I'm also going to be constantly beating the drum to try to get the rest of you guys to come join me out there. I'd like to also say, coming up, the big event of the year at Njordshof is going to be in February, and that's Disa Thing. It's going to be the third Saturday of February. I'd have to look at the calendar on that, and I'm sure that Nick will throw it on the screen here in a sec, but that's up. If you want to attend that, you absolutely should. You can talk to your local folk builder. They'll get you all set up, or any of our folk builders for that matter. It's going to be great. That's at Njordshof in White Springs, Florida. Looking forward to it. And that's coming up February the 20th through the 22nd. So, be there. It's going to be awesome. Other stuff, top of the show. Panoff Racehoff. That you guys have been great. You guys have been extremely generous. I was, reflecting on it. I think that we had, at a distant, very optimistic hope, thought that we would have paid off Njordshof, hopefully by now, again, very optimistically, and that right about now we would be starting to look for Frasehoff. The fact that was sped up, 5-6 months. And honestly, there's no guarantee we would have paid off Njordshof by now. Like I said, that was really optimistic. but we had tremendous generosity by a number of members last year that got us in this spot where we are enjoying Freyshöf. Going to be celebrating the second not really dedication counts too, but the second monthly bloat at Freyshöf coming up here for Thora bloat. So that's amazing. We're very excited about it. Still paying it off, but tremendous progress. We've already, not only did we pay off Nordhof, not only did we get Freyshöf, but we're already 33.8% of the way through paying it off. So, we still owe $82,748. The way that looks now is about $110 per AFA member would pay that off immediately. So yeah, thank you guys so much for your generosity. Another thing that I want to mention while we're on the top of the program, we have an order of operations on these things, and some of that order will be, become evident when we go through the Gylfaginning. But there's a progression of Hofs happening, and the next Hof after Freyshöf is going to be Tiershof. Tiershof will be again in Jackson County, Tennessee, at the Sigerheim property. We're very excited about that. And as it's worked in the past, our strategy is because each Hof that we've done, we've needed to incur a certain amount of debt on. The deal is we pay off the debt on the previous Hof before we start the other Hof. And I get that. That is in order to not, just keep taking out debt. But, and that's not going to change for this, but what is unique, and again, we'll see how it develops, but this will be our first Hof that we will be building from the ground up as a Hof, which is awesome. It's also a much more involved and much more novel task. I wouldn't say that it is easy to buy an existent building, but it is simple to buy an existent building. It is much more complicated to do the things necessary to build a Hof from the ground up. We're excited about those challenges, but it also presents opportunities. So the plan is to, as best we can, piece out that process into smaller chunks that are digestible that we can raise funds for as we go. Now, if we find at some point that we need to take out loans to do whatever we need to do, we can do that. But in the meantime, I guess all of my word salad is intended to tell you that as long as we are raising the funds independently for the steps, we can start with those as soon as I have a figure to start raising funds for, while we still do owe on Freyshöf. So we could start the Tiershof process anytime. We're just not going to take out any additional lending until Freyshöf is paid off. So that is exciting, and I want to make sure we're moving forward. Hold up right now is that we are trying to, and anybody who's listening to this show, if you have expertise in this, please reach out to us. Please reach out to us anyway on this. This is going to be a volunteer organized thing. You don't have to be an AFA member to help with this process if you want to. At this stage, we are looking to find and forgive me, I am very much out of my comfort zone when it comes to construction. I'm not sure the terminology well enough. I want to say we are looking for an architectural engineer. I think if we get close to that, you'll know what I'm talking about, but one that works with steel construction or metal building construction generally. And we're looking for that. Once we get that and we get kind of a quote on what blueprints and plans will cost, I think that will be our first step. So stay tuned for that, and we'll let you know as the projects progress here. Other top of the year stuff. The Runestone just came out today. As a matter of fact, just a few hours, maybe an hour before this broadcast. So if you are a subscriber of the Runestone, you should definitely check that out. Producer Nick produces that as well. And other stuff that I think is worth noting about the start of a new year. It is a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of a fresh start on things and on, rededicating yourself to purpose and to things that you want to see done. It's a time of those sort of beginnings. And it's, I guess, extra special this time of year to take stock and to do that. And one of those things that I'd like to mention, if you're listening to this broadcast and you're not an AFA member, assuming you are heterosexual and white, you should be an AFA member. Let's fix that. It's very easy for us to always speculate about a time when, well, maybe I'll be settled down and have more time for it here in a little bit. Oh, well, maybe I'll have, I'll wait till the holidays are over. I've got this. I'll wait till after this time, or I'll wait till this thing that we have in our head, and we keep moving that goalpost and moving that finish line in search of the perfect time. Perfect time is right now. So if you're listening, we invite you to come home to your native faith, come home to Asatru, come home to the Asatru Folk Assembly. We'd love to have you guys join us and start this amazing year of victory with us. So now is the time, and I would really encourage all you guys to go ahead and do that. Also, and then I'll let Svan get us into our material, but help us out. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell your family, tell the guy at the gas station, whatever you need to do. But there's tons of people that need this and would like to know about the things that we do. There's other people that might be educated by this or entertained by it, and that's great too. So let folks know and help us reach more of our folk and give them the opportunity to come home. That said, for the first of our last poems, Guðrúnarhvöt, what do you have for folks? What do they need to know before we get into this?
One of the big things is this is the end of the Poetic Eddas, and this is still on the Volsunga saga, Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. These are some of the final components, but some of the interesting things, we were talking about the poems that were written in Greenland, and they're being relatively recent with additions of new poetic ideas. This is most likely from the 9th century. I believe the first or second poem that we're going to go over, but it goes deeper than that. The big thing is the key figure, Eirmanrik or Jormanrakkr in Old Norse. This chieftain of the Goths has a huge corpus of lore outside of the Nordic sphere as well. He is mentioned in the famous poem Deor in Anglo-Saxon, the Lament of Deor. He is even mentioned in medieval German manuscripts and is slain by a former Frankish Germanic chieftain named Dietrich in that story. And that's well after the Christianization of Germany. So we can see this huge connection, and that's just an interesting rabbit hole to go down. I think for people to understand what's ultimately going on, though, Guðrún is the wife of Sigurd. She becomes his wife because Sigurd is tricked, and he forgets about Brynhild, and she has her brothers involved in, they end up slaying Sigurd, and this causes calamity all around. And then Guðrún gets politically married forcefully politically married to Atli, who in the stories is not historically Attila, but is, of course, based off of Attila. And then there's the calamities, and we just went over all those poems. So where does this kind of come in? This is really about Guðrún's daughter with Sigurd. Her name is Svanhildur, and she is married to Jormanrekkr, or Ermanaric of the Goths. And there is calamity that befalls them. So Svanhild, as you guys will hear in the story, is the daughter of Guðrún and Sigurd. Before his death, but before the conspiracy to kill him, when kind of they were in that golden age where Guðrún's brothers were all alive and all very much aligned with Sigurd. So this kind of branches off. So the connective tissue there is very, very light. However, we have tons of other things outside of the Nordic sphere that kind of lend to the fact that this has a lot of truth in it. There's some interesting things that I wanted to bring up. I mean, first off, talking about Ermenaric or Ermanaric, and his name Ermin means well, they'll translate it to universal, but what it really means is all encompassing or across all directions. It is the all encompassing of something. The Ermensul, the Ermanaric, and Ermanaric means like the king over everything. And he, I was doing some research, and I wanted to bring up some points that I think a lot of folks who are here that might be interested in runes might not know. And that is that a lot of folks, and I'll just hold this up here because I don't have cool, digital things, but most people are familiar with this rune and maybe the subsequent Anglo-Saxon rune. And this here is Eo or EU, and then the modern English word is EU, a yew tree. And the transliteration of the rune is actually this. And that's what I wanted to talk about. EI and this is actually a long E sound. Most people, when they see that rune, they think of the EI as in the German, like, Reich. They would say that. But that actually came about in the 14th century. So this is a double E sound. And the Nordic version of this in the beginning of a word is generally a J. So like Jormungandr, the sound of it is a double E. I wanted to bring that up just because I wanted to clarify, and I know some folks that are into runes might be like, no, that's the I sound, like in the German EI. And that's really not true. But I wanted to throw that out there to kind of spice some things up, get people to think about that. But going back to him, in multiple sources, he is sourced at living to 110 years old and being slain at 110 with the ability to fight. That is, to still defend himself. That's very interesting. I mean, even down to some of the Roman scholars. Jordanes, of course, is one I think that a lot of people might be familiar with, but also Ammianus. Ammianus said that he had grown to 110 years old. There's also a bunch of other sources, including this is one of the figures that we can connect between all of Snorri Sturluson and all of Sæmundur and the accumulated works of the Icelanders. And he is also in the Coda, or the Gesta Danorum, which was written by Saxo Grammaticus, and the history of the Danes. So I just wanted to bring it up because he is so cross spheres. He is in a lot of different things. The other one I found most interesting is that he is in the Low German medieval poem called Ermenerik's Tod. And it's interesting because they talk about his death, and that's the one where Dietrich, the former Frank, this is all, you can easily find this on Wikipedia, just looking into Ermaneric himself. However, in the poems, what's really going on is there's a harsh punishment laid out here, and we are going to see that Ermaneric was a brutal and very, very decisively swift and violent ruler, which again, he did not become a ruler of 4 different Gutenish tribes by being a soft hand. He ruled over the Herulis. He ruled over the Veneti, the Asti, and all the people around the Black Sea and all the way up to the Baltic, before the Huns really kind of came in and cut things through there. So we're going to see a lot of that. And bear in mind, this story, this poem is older than the ones we were reading about in about the Greenlanders. So the other thing I would say is that it is very curt. It is very choppy and very violent, and is filled with a lot of, I would say, the emotions are less played out in a poetic way. They're just they hammer away as they go and then continue on again. I find that seeming to be the poetic style from older. So they've sourced this to possibly be from the 9th century, which is even older than the poem of Deor, the Anglo-Saxon poem of the 10th century. So all of that, very, very interesting stuff. So
pause. I forgot I was muted. I was talking to myself for a second. I wanted to pause for just a second to acknowledge another extremely generous donor. Gilbert, thank you. You're awesome. $150 towards beautifying Thorshof. Anybody who doesn't know, Thorshof is, in many ways, I think it's our most beautiful Hof. It's a really cool, very old, it's our oldest Hof building. Anybody who doesn't know, Thorshof is separated in 2 buildings. There's a worship hall. There's like a sanctuary, a vey, and then there's also a fellowship hall. Now, the fellowship hall is a brand new building. It's very nice. But next to it is I believe it's from 1870s in its current form. It was existing there a little bit earlier, but I believe it was rebuilt in the 1870s. But any of our European listeners may be laughing at me now thinking that that's old, but I'm from Alaska, where that's unheard of old. The oldest things in Alaska from white people, outside of a couple of Russian monasteries and the ruins of Wyatt Earp's saloon in Nome, is any of the buildings up there that are very old are like 1930s to 1950s. So for me, a building from the 1870s is really old, but it is the oldest of our Hofs. That said, I think last time it was painted was the 1870s. So it's beautiful. The closer you get, the more you see that some scraping and some love and some painting needs to happen. So Thorshof folks are raising some money for that, and Gilbert just made that a little bit closer to happening. So thank you for that.
I wanted to also say, I think I might have locked in a wain or a wagon for Gilbert's Godstead of Lord Frey. So by happenstance, I'm sure just coincidence. I found one. So, and it's here, and I'm trying to figure out how
Yeah,
to
those of you who might not know, Gilbert is the one who carved the statue, the idol of Freyr that sits on the altar at Freyshof. So, that's in the pictures. I don't think we have a picture handy because certainly weren't planning on it. But
right.
No, thank you, Gilbert. You're super generous and you're very, very much appreciated. Anyways, carry on.
So the biggest thing is this connectivity of Jormunrekkr in the Old Norse, and just bearing in mind who he is, and that this story, which may very well have some significant truth to it, I would say this is the keyhole to the possibility of Sigurd being far more a tangible, not just a hero in the mythic sense, but of the worldly sense. And it's kind of connected randomly through Ermanarek, one of the Goths. So as we go through, though, just understanding poetic is brutal. It doesn't flow, I think, as so much as the newer stuff. It is a combination of translation and immediacy that goes on, and there is some brutality going on in these poems. Lots of specific punishments, if you will, and even kinslaying, which I think is going to be an interesting point. So starting off, it comes in with an intro, and this is on veluspa.org. I don't know if you mentioned that. I'll say go the and this is Guðrúnarhvöt. This, and it is 3 poems that are specifically referred to as Jormunrekkr's poems, because he's kind of a common figure throughout all of them. So Guðrún, the wife of Sigurd, went forth to the sea after she had slain Atli. So this is after Sigurd and after Atli, and she has slain his sons, her children, of his seed, and then slays him. She went out into the sea, and fain would drown herself then, but she could not sink. The waves bore her across the fjord to the land of King Yonuk. He took her as his wife, and their sons, Sorli and Erp and Hamfir. And let me see this in, I wanted to see there's, Sorlir, Erper, and Hamfir. There was brought up Svanhild. Svanhild is Sigurd's daughter. She was married to the mighty Jormunrek. With him was Bikki, who counseled that Randver, the king's son, should have her. This Bikki told to the king. The king had Randver hanged, and Svanhild was then trodden to death under the hooves of horses. And when Guðrún learned this, she spoke to her sons. So right out the gate, it kind of goes forward into an understanding that Guðrún's daughter, who is from Sigurd, she is wed to Jormunrek. And Jormunrek has a counselor, a right-hand man, or a spekkingur, a man of wisdom. And he convinces the son of the king, Randver, to go after his father's new bride. And they hit it off. And then he turns and tells Jormunrekkr that your son and your new bride are together. And the punishment is that Jormunrekkr, he hangs his son, and he has his wife ridden over by horses. So Guðrún, Svanhild's mother, the one that Svanhild is the one that's ridden over by horses. She is now speaking to her children, and this is of her kind of final marriage. And Guðrún has already been established as someone who does not take kindly to anyone killing her family. But this is particularly egregious because this is the daughter of her and Sigurd. And Sigurd is, of course, the one husband that she truly loved. So now she's speaking to her sons. And she says to them in stanza 1, a word strife I learned, most woeful of all, a speech from the fullness of sorrow spoken, when fierce of heart her sons to fight, did Guðrún wet with words full grim. Why sit idle, ye? Why sleep out your lives? Why grieve ye not in gladness to speak, since Jormunrek, your sister young, beneath the hooves of horses hath trodden, white and black on the battle way, gray road wanted, the steeds of the Goths. So in here, she's encouraging her sons to rise up. And why are they not lamenting? Why are they not ready at her behest to go and get vengeance? And so she's stirring them up. The white and black on the battle way. This may have reference to, we see this in a saga where the Disir are mentioned as wearing white and black, and as a reference to order and chaos, or good and evil in the culmination of someone's life, and they show up. So the entirety of this is that kind of contrast, but she may also simply be making reference to the idea that this is the battle way of the Goths out of their kingdom. It's kind of can be read in different ways there. But she says in stanza 3, and again, she's stirring them up. Not like are ye to Gunnar of yore, nor have ye hearts such as Hogni was. So she's now name dropping her brothers. You know, you're supposed to be of the same stock as my brother Gunnar and my brother Hogni. But yet here you sit. Vengeance for her ye soon would have, if brave ye were, as my brothers of old, or hard your hearts as the Hunnish kings. Then Hamðir spoke, high of heart. Little the deed of Hogni didst love, when Sigurd they awakened from his sleep. Thy bed covers white were red with blood, of thy husband drenched with gore from his heart. So she's name dropping her brothers, and they're quick to retort. Hamðir's very quick to retort. Yes, but your brothers also killed Sigurd. And where would you be if that hadn't have happened? So, bloody revenge did have for thy brothers, evil and sore when thy sons did slay. Else yet might we all on Jormunrek together our sisters slaying avenge. So he's not counting it out, but he is certainly recalibrating his mother's insults towards them, saying that they're idle coal chewers that are not, doing anything. There is a break in stanza 6 where we end up kind of losing a line, and then it starts with, the gear of the Hunnish kings now give us. Thou hast wedded us so to battle of swords. It doesn't indicate a gap in the actual Codex Regius, but it seems to be because it comes out of nowhere. And this may simply mean that they are gaining loot from the Huns. This is, of course, after Atli is dead, so they're probably chasing Huns out of their area and gaining treasure from their bodies. And then laughing did Guðrún go to her chamber. The helms of kings from the cupboard she took, and mail coats broad. To her sons she bore them. On their horses' backs the heroes leapt. And I think that too is kind of a poetic. They don't mean cupboards as in where they keep the furniture so much as the box chambers in the halls. But again, she goes there and she throws them at them and says, "Go! Like, you need to do something." And they do. Then Hamthir speaks, high of heart. And here you'll see it again. Every time they mention that, they say high of heart. This is another note of an older poem, because these repetitive lines help the poet mark where they are. So they would know, okay, this is the second time I say this, so I am in this section of the poem. It was a mental cue. So in 8, he said, then Hamthir spoke with high of heart. Homeward no more his mother to see, comes the spear god, fallen mid Gothic folk. One death draught thou for us all shalt drink, for Svanhild then, and thy sons as well. So, one, the reference of the spear god is very interesting because of the Old Norse translation. As you know, reading it was kind of interesting. The translation of Geir Njörður, spear njord. But again, this is one of the times where it's utilized as almost like as in the name the name of the god Tyr, that it could be kind of placed down as a god or broad sense. And I think we see this as the names of the gods were almost always just unilaterally understood to represent divinity. I know some people nowadays try to say that Tyr doesn't exist because the usage of Lord Odin and Haiti like Hungatyr and so on and so forth. It's crazy, but we see it here. They do the same with Lord Njörður as a just simply divinity, and it's translated as comes now the spear god, and most likely he's talking about Lord Odin. And he says, you shall hold a draught, you shall drink to your daughter and your sons, because most likely we will not return, and we will all die in this, but we'll die in the name of revenge or vengeance. Weeping, Guðrún, Gjuki's daughter, went sadly before the gate to sit, and with tear-stained cheeks to tell the tale of her mighty griefs, so many in kind. 3 home fires knew I, 3 hearths I knew. So she's speaking about the fact that she has been connected to 3 halls and 3 husbands, and the woe and the rise and fall of vengeance in her life. She says, 3 home fires I knew, 3 hearths I knew. Home was I brought by husbands 3, but Sigurd only of all was my dearest, he whom my brothers brought to his death. A great sorrow I saw not nor knew, yet more it seemed I must suffer yet, when the princes great to Atli gave me. So she said, I knew great sorrow in his death, but there was even more great sorrow when I was foisted over to Atli. In 12, the brave boys I summoned to secret speech, for my woes requital I might not win, till off the heads of the Niflungs I hewed. To the sea I went, my heart full sore, for the Norns, whose wrath I would now escape. But the lofty billows bore me undrowned, till the land I came, so I know I longer must live. That is a really powerful. She's saying that her life and her fate is the wrath of the Norns, that she is trying to escape through suicide, and she still can't. So longer must she live and endure. This, I think, is one of those moments in the poem where, again, the audience is kind of gobsmacked by this kind of deep poetic sense of living, where it's recalibrating everyone to understand that Guðrún has lived a terrible existence ever since Sigurd was tricked into marrying her. And then she says in 14, then to the bed of old was it better, of a king of the folk, a third time I came, and boys I bore, his heirs to be, heirs so young, the sons of Jonakr. These are the boys that she's talking to, sending them to avenge Svanhild. But round Svanhild, handmaiden sat, she was dearest ever of all my children. So did Svanhild seem in my hall, as a ray of the sun is fair to look upon. Gold I gave her and garments bright, ere I let her go to the Gothic folk. Of my heavy woes the hardest it was when Svanhild's tresses, fair, were trodden in the mire by hooves of horses wild. The sorest it was when Sigurd mine, on his couch of victory robbed, they killed, and the grimmest of all, when Gunnar's heart there crept the bright hewn crawling snakes, and the keenest of all, when they cut the heart from the living breast of the king so brave, her other brother Hogni. So she's just again referring woe after woe after woe of death. And in 18, there is a break, and she just says, many woes I remember. And then there is a break. And then it continues to say, bridle, Sigurd, thy steed so black, hither let run thy swift-faring horse. Here there sits not son or daughter, who yet to Guðrún gifts shall give. And, again, speaking of Grani, and there's not much mention, but I wonder if this is again referring to Grani and Sigurd in death. But she says, remember, Sigurd, that once we said, when together both on bed we sat, that mightily thou to me wouldst come from hell, and I from earth to thee. From hell, and in this usage of the word Hallur or Helju, she means death, of the beyond the veil, the underworld. And she said that he would rise from hell and she would fall from earth to him to be reunited. Pile ye up, Jarls, the pyre of oak. Make it the highest a hero ever had. Let the fire burn my grief-filled heart, or grief-filled breast, my sore-pressed heart, till my sorrows melt. May nobles all less sorrow know, and less the woes of women become, since the tale of this lament is told. So she says, prepare the pyre. And she says, let nobles never know the sorrows that have bereft my family. Let no woman ever feel the tragedy that has struck her, and that this story stands as a testament. So this poem is, again, it's condensed and it is very brutal in its short, strong hits. It doesn't have a lot of smooth eloquence. It is just unrepentant in what it's trying to say. So this poem is, wonderfully put together. And that's the end of the first of the 3 poems that we're doing tonight.
We're doing 4 poems.
Excuse me. I'm a Marine. That's hard for me.
Yes, no, I'm just entertaining a thought. It was interesting to me. I have no idea if it's connected or not, but when the talk of Svanhildur being trodden down by horses, I wonder on that tradition, because it's such a unique execution method, and it's a Asian execution method, and it's something notoriously that the Mongols would do. There's a taboo against spilling royal blood, so you would have it, the royal hostage or whoever you were executing wrapped in a carpet or a blanket or something of the kind, and then have horses trample them to death. And I wonder if it is a Hunnic precursor to that.
Well, and I
don't know. It's just something that came to mind, and I was kind of Googling a little bit while we were going through there on it.
Well, and there's definitely a cross referencing between the Gutans, as the Gutans had spread from what is now Poland, all the way down to Ukraine. They had established kingdoms, fought back and forth, and the Gutans were multiple tribes. It wasn't just one tribe, and then eventually they split into 2, the Ostrogoths and Visigoths. No, they're multiple tribes, and when the Huns hit them, there is fighting back and forth until eventually the Huns win. And I think at that point, the Gutans become like the foot soldiers of the cavalry for them, and there's this kind of absorption, and we see this, I think so much in Eastern Europe, with like the Slavs and the usage of the scimitar or saber, and the clothing and a lot of the other things, and even to the horsemanship, because they were still able to do all of that in the East, whereas in the Central it was wooded. So I mean, that's interesting. I didn't know about the Mongolians though.
Yeah, it just stood out to me when we were going through that. So to break it up, just because we've got these little snippets, we can break it up and hit questions that we have in between them, or at least, a couple, and see what we've got. One question, and this is a reminder, if you have questions at any point in time, first, you're encouraged to show up to any of the places this is going on live and ask the question. We'd love to answer them live and participate that way. But if you can't, or you don't want to, or if something hits you in the middle of the night, you can email vns@runestone.org, and we will be happy to answer your question at the very next opportunity. So we had a couple of questions emailed to us tonight. Hey there, question for you all this week. How does the AFA recommend parents teach certain portions of history to their children, which are commonly weaponized by the, in quotes, the other side, such as American slavery, MLK, and so on? We're homeschooling my stepdaughter, and I'm trying to think of ways to approach these topics in an honest and reasonable way. Thanks. Svan, you may have some experience on this. What say you?
And my children are also homeschooled, and I think that one of the biggest things you can do is, again, it's about expanding the scope. A lot of times the other side, if you will, or just the controlled sense of it, whether it's, you could follow it back to Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia, with the Rockefellers trying to make their perfect little workers, and that's the education system. Or Dewey, you can focus in on him. No matter what, at the end of the day, it is hyper focused for purpose. And what, I find, is to open the scope. And that requires, well, actually nowadays with the age of information, it's not as hard as it would seem. So, when it comes to things like slavery, the first slave owner in Virginia was a West African. I bring that up quite, the ownership of people as a practice was common. Talking about the Barbary pirates, talking about the Ottoman Empire, letting my children know that like slavery was a practice and was ended by the West, but that it goes further than the way it's just kind of portrayed. So you open up that scope. You open up the scope that the Trail of Tears was also there. They never paint them in it. They show the Cherokee kind of lamenting as they're moving, but there was like 500 slaves with them, and they were the last Confederate general was a Native American Cherokee Indian who was fighting to the bitter end, that even Robert E. Lee had to tell him to put down his sword. And that was because he didn't want his people to lose their property. And so what's really going on is about opening a scope of things. Now, when you get into more modern stuff, it gets harder because things are refined. I think things are angled in such a way. The mirrors are sometimes even set up before the light starts streaming, if you will. And there is one person that I have been looking at and kind of, I'm not there with my children yet. And I would teach them kind of as we learn in our school program, what they're being taught, and then showing them, well, there is also this. So again, it's opening the scope. And it's not about this is what they teach you and this is what I'm teaching you. It's like, no, this is what they teach you, and I'm going to show you this, and you can critically think about it. And there is one gentleman, his name is Chad O. Jackson, and he is a documentarian who is making a documentary on Martin Luther King. He is not folk. He is a African descended American, and he hits heavy on a lot of the more modern startings of the civil rights movement in their relations with like the Communist Party and all of that stuff that's very well documented. So nothing is conspiratorial. And I think that's the other thing is you got to be careful. People on the other side of things say like the people that are not about the order of it and the reality, but more of the emotions and what have you. What they end up doing is they obfuscate a lot of the truth. And again, if you're not allowed to talk about it, that's like even more of a sign to go and dig in. But none of it is conspiratorial. And I think a lot of what they do is they throw out conspiracies so that they can lump people who are expanding the truth and finding the truth in things and saying, oh, you must be like one of those people who believe in X, Y, and Z. I think like most of the times we would call them psyops or whatever, but it's like, oh, you believe that the bankers run the governments, you must believe in flat earth. And so you get these kind of obfuscation techniques where something that's very conspiratorial and clearly made up, and then you lump it near the truth, and that's what they tie you to beat you with. So the big thing is again keeping everything in greater scope, keeping things away from conspiracy, and keeping them in documented truth. Another great person for the truth in homeschooling for your children to critically think about the world around them is Cubs to Bears. Gentleman on, I think he's predominantly on Instagram, but he does make books. He is also a big one that talks about modern propaganda. He talks about Jekyll's Island and the work, kind of the capitalist structures that were being brought in and some of the communist structures that were being brought in after the fall of monarchies in America, or monarchies in Europe, and then it was kind of influxing into America. Really great stuff. So Chad O. Jackson for MLK and Cubs to Bears on a broad sense. Don't think of yourself as being some sort of nefarious. That's what they want you to think, that you're on another side. No, you're going to teach them what they're saying and then go, okay, now they've said that. Now look at this and look at this. And all of it can be documented, and your kids learn how to critically think about the world around them.
Yeah, first, the requirements of your homeschool are wildly different depending on what state you're in. So there's some states that you have complete freedom to teach kids whatever you want, and there's other states to where you have a much more requirements to the curriculum. I think, certainly everything Svan said. Truth. Let truth guide you on things, and there is a tendency amongst our people to push really hard for an outcome. And I think that, well, they're trying to teach my kid this, or I'm going to teach them the opposite of this. I think that path is perilous. I think it works easier if you just present truth and back up stuff and like, okay, well, these sources say this thing. Well, have you looked over here? Because these sources say this thing. So take a look at these also. Hey, I realize this is, Martin Luther King did this, and he was a civil rights leader, and he led these marches. And here you've listened to some of his speeches, and that stuff sounds really good. Here, look at this as well. This is also where he's coming from and where a lot of his ideology is sourced from. Show those things soberly and backed up by evidence, backed up by sources and things. Because what you don't want, and I'm broadening the scope because people have questions about this even more so when the children are indoctrinated in a public school. This is side note: get your kids in the Asatru Academy. That we provide homeschooling resources to help. Asatru Academy is a good step and a good option for our people. And our Asatru Academy volunteers help hold your hand through the homeschooling process. But if you're not, and your kids are in public school, I still think you don't want the side of legitimacy to be with what they're being indoctrinated with at school, and then you seeming like, the stereotypical tinfoil hat nut job. And I'm not accusing anybody or saying that's the case, but there's this strong urge to counter signal very hard when they're going too hard the other way. To be calm and sober and present truthful things that are backed up by actual research and actual sources, I think is really valuable, and not to like overreact or hyperreact to it. But again, these are my thoughts and theories. These are things that are, things that have worked with adults. I am hopeful that these things will work well when, if and when we run into those challenges with Aubrey's education. But her being 5, I've got a little bit of time on a lot of these things. But I think it's a really good question. I think it's something a lot of parents do wonder about, especially depending on, what their homeschool requirements are or what public school system their children are in. But the truth, I think that we think you always are in good stead if you are guided by truth, because that's the thing. You can't undo truth. Truth is there. Truth comes out. Truth is documentable and observable, and it's a thing. It's lies that have to be constantly reinforced and constantly, maintained, or else they fall apart on their own. So there's a tremendous value in just being honest. Question from Austin. Good evening, All's Harry Gothi, Matt, Witan Svan, and Folk Builder Nick. Is there a recurring lesson in the Poetic Edda that you want to highlight? Svan, is there like a running theme or a particular, you know, distillation of a point that you'd like to bring out from the Edda as a whole?
Oh, that is a tough question. And to be honest, I don't think I have an answer for it, but I do have something. I think that the important thing to understand is that when we look at the Eddas and the in juxtaposition to the prose Eddas or the Codex Regius, or as we start moving into the Skáldskaparmál, which is the structure of poetry, you're going to notice things. So what we have just covered in all these poems is what I would say is kind of the vertical pillars, and then the Skáldskaparmál and all of the others that reference these stories is what ties it all together. And what you end up getting by reading over the Eddas, I mean, is details, key details. And I am of a belief that theologically, that these stories are uniquely passed down and have survived by divine machinations to express truths that we as a people are becoming to understand that may be different from our ancestors, but were understood by the gods all along. So, and I can't, that would be a very long conversation to get into, but just as a general example, I try to talk to people about how, the understanding of the sky by our ancestors and the idea of Midgard being a plane, and that on that plane there is Daur and Not that cross over the sky day and night. But we now know this centrifugal pull of the planet, and we know about its rotational pull, and we begin to understand that day and night is that rotation. So by that concept, we know that the Earth, in essence, has two horses in rotation, and that the sun is also spoken of as having two horses, but the moon is spoken of as having one horse and by no name. And out of those three astrological bodies, those heavenly wardens set by the gods, one of them does not have its own axis rotation. Its rotation is based around its gravitational pull to the Earth. And I find that as a poetic meta point. This is my theological belief of it. This is what I do when I'm reading into the stories, is looking at these concepts, these ideas. When Thor drinks from the horn and lowers the ocean, is this a magnetic pole shift? I'm thinking of all these kind of things. So that's what I would lay at your feet as a interesting thing to at least entertain as you read the Poetic Eddas, to look at the stories not just as simple poems, but paintings being constructed with the words and what that could entail, even in a bigger concept. But outside of that, one singular thing, I don't have one.
So I guess my one thing to play into this, I don't think it really works like that either. It's not a standalone narrative. It's a collection of pieces. So it's hard. It's a collection of pieces that weren't composed for a common purpose. So it's hard to, draw like one thread through it or whatever. But what I think is a standout benefit and lesson is the need and the characteristic of our folk to preserve their history, their knowledge, their tradition, that being so essential, their keeping of these tales and then collating them and putting them together and storing them and learning them, and the skalds memorizing them and them embedding them in art and in deep works of their culture and then preserving them even after they were no longer Asatru. It was a sin against the very core of their being to discard these things. So, in this instance, Simander and the folk at his monastery, at his institute of learning, getting these things together and keeping them together and preserving this stuff. The fact that in 1200 we're telling stories that take place in 400, keeping these things alive through the preservation of our language, our culture, our storytelling, and our art and our imagery speaks to how tied in our faith is to the folk soul of our people. And it speaks really profoundly through the fact that all of these things are collected and preserved as well as they are. And we see that even built upon in Snorri's Edda when they're, referenced and the knowledge is clearly there. So I think that I'd say is a theme that I think is important to pull out of it. But yeah, I don't think I could just get, like one narrative that runs through it. Also, while I have a second, Jason in Mississippi donated $10 to Njordhoff. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Are there any Hoffs named for goddesses a possibility? There are currently not Hoffs named for goddesses. We absolutely plan to name Hoffs for goddesses when things are in place and it turns that way. So Hoff number 13 will be Frigg's Hoff. Hoff number 14 will be Freya's Hoff. We're excited for those when they come about. There's a very particular order that we're naming these certainly the first 14 of our Hoffs. But yes, those we will absolutely have Hoffs for our goddesses.
I wonder, I don't know, that's why we were talking about getting into the Gylfaginning, is that the list in the Gylfaginning is the progression of the Hoffs. And so the Aus, the masculine divine gods, are spoken of, and we're following that. And then there is the Ausinjur. And so I don't think people realize that we're going in that list, if you will. And I've talked to people and they seem to think that like we're purposely like snubbing the Ausinjur. And that's not the case. It's, that progression I think is important, but I don't think everyone's aware of it out there. So.
They're not. We've said it a lot of times, but what's hard to counter, what's hard to fight against is this tendency that our folk have to, man, I like pizza. Why do you hate Chinese food? What? That's not what I said. I don't think so. And I think this speaks to our divinity as well. Jehovah is attested to as a jealous God. There is and I'm not trying to be needlessly critical or mean-spirited. I think it's necessary for the contrast. There is a pettiness to Semitic deity that's not present in that with our gods. There's not a burning jealousy that, like, if you praise one of the Aesir, that the rest will be offended, or if it's a weakness in our and so person who asked the question, this isn't aimed at you at all. Your question's a fine question. I take it for what it is. Yes,
and I just kind of prod it a little further.
we're excited to get Hoffs to our goddesses. You didn't do this, but this brings up this is what Svan and I do, is follow these little rabbit trails. And one of the things is there is there is a hole in the self-confidence and in the hearts of our women that I would really like to see filled. And I think it gets filled with a closer relationship to our gods and with a better and more healthy social development amongst our folk. There is a need, and I've seen this at Sumble, and I see this less now than I've seen it in the past. But somebody will raise a horn to men who did something. Like, I want to raise a horn to the, brave men that did, X, Y, and Z, or fought for our folk or whatever. Hail. And the very next one, well, hail the women too. Women are good too. And it's not that it's silly, and it's not even that the content is wrong, but the desperation that like it's necessary, or you have to fight for a place, or that every praise of something else is a slight aimed at you personally. I'd like to see that get healed. And I think a lot of our people do it inadvertently because it has infected our folk at a cultural level. But yeah, our having 5 hofs to gods doesn't mean impiety towards goddesses. We just have an order of operations on some of the stuff that we're doing, and a purpose behind it that is divinely inspired and that is born really beautiful fruit for us in the time that we've heeded that inspiration and that calling. And that's why we're staying on that commitment. Heated doesn't sound like the right word, but I don't know what the right word would be, so I'm rolling with it. Just in case you guys thought I wasn't aware, I'm aware. All right, so we only have one more question, so we'll go ahead and hit that before we get to the next story here. But what are your thoughts on asceticism for spiritual growth? Some would say it's an Eastern religious practice exclusively, but I think one good example we see of this in Asatru is when Odin hung from Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights without food or drink in order to gain knowledge. Svan, speak to us on asceticism for spiritual growth in an Asatru context.
I am a practitioner of it as well, and I do not believe it is solely an Eastern thing. I think that people do get caught up in these ideas that somehow if there is a group of people doing something that there's just no way we have that in parallel, or that we must stand in the opposite. So if they have aestheticism, then we must be here and nowism with everything, straight into like 4-wheel drive. No, I would argue that, we see it in the lore. Another one you gave a great example, of course, too, is the discipline of Lord Odin synthesizing with the very circulatory system of the universe and going all the way down to the sounds of creation. And we also see it with Vidar, the wide ruler, sitting in silence, waiting for the moment in which he is to enact perfect correction and splinter chaos and put the metal boot, the foundation, and he becomes the new Axis Mundi after the fall of the Axis Mundi here in Midgard and pre-Ragnarok. Anyways, we see this again, and I bring that up specifically because the aestheticism that I did quite often, I didn't do it this year, but that's because I was ill and traveling and caught pneumonia and all of that stuff, is something that I often called the widening of the jaws, or widening of the jaws of Fenris. And it was 12 days before Yule, there would be a strict fasting regiment. And I would argue too that much of the aestheticism of knightly orders, and we've spoken about this, and I always kind of bang this drum, is the knightly orders of Europe, the knightly orders that, took Maholy Land, was built off of Germanic warrior ethos. And there were already the granules of, and it's mentioned in the stories as well, of the warriors taking no sleep or not eating or drinking until they achieve a goal. And I think these are the proto forms of that, where there is a sense of commitment to and a goal to be attained. And then I think later on, as it formulated itself, it became the kind of the steps in between that formulated it. I do not think it's as prolific, but the Eastern religions, of course, were less molested by Semitic traditions. And again, Semitic traditions, I think, were influenced by their being along that Silk Road, these concepts, especially from the Zoroasters and things like that. So I'm not against it. I think it's good. It's just about context, intent, and purpose.
Your eyes are looking a little bit narrow there, Svan.
Welcome to the rice field. No.
Giving off a yellow hue. So,
I really like the rice.
Okay, so first, it is certainly a really big Eastern thing.
Yeah.
And we run into a and I've seen this with a number of things lately. Language sometimes isn't as precise as we want it to be. Periods of asceticism for a purpose, we do see that within Asatru, but a lifestyle of asceticism, we don't, outside of socially oddball circumstances. Like, yeah, you see the witch out in the woods that's creepy and whatever, that's a motif, but that's not the norm, and that's certainly not something that's like praised and celebrated. It's a strange other that exists like outside the kin fence and ventures in to say something spooky and then go back out in the woods. I guess in that sense, same with the Bearsark, you see that. There is a point to going without to get yourself, and some of it is the intentionality. There are things that happen when you fast for a certain amount of time, or when you subject yourself to ordeal in a certain way, to where you're able to perceive the spirit realm in a different way or through a different lens. And I'm not saying there's no value to that. But so if your idea of asceticism is, for short periods, or, like to go on some sort of a vision quest, that makes sense. When it's a lifestyle choice, a lot of the time that is a masochism that you do see in the East. In Christianity, it develops into an intentional masochism because you are worthless and you deserve nothing but misery because only God can have nice things. And that's a malignancy that's not appropriate, right, and is very misguided and damaging. But there's also in the East this like longing for nothingness that is, it's no secret that at the deep roots, Vedic practice, and as a result of that, Zoroastrian practice shares common origin points with Asatru practice in a very, very long ago time, but they've developed really differently. One of the big separations between us and people of the East, we are life embracing. Life is good. The individual is good. We want to celebrate kings and heroes and great people who do great things. there is a tendency in the East to want to be diminished and to not have your head be above the crowd, to disappear into the many instead of being an actualized individual. And part of that is a embracing of starvation and poverty and misery in a very strange way. And I don't know why all that is. There's different theories on it. I think that massive poverty and overcrowding and poor conditions lead to that kind of life-denying miasma hovering over the surface of your folk. That's not the spirit of Asatru. But again, that's choosing asceticism as a lifestyle choice as opposed to using it as a tool. And I think that would be the distinction that's important. And no transition. Steve, thank you for buying us 2 coffees. We appreciate you. Also, segue is spelled funny. If you try to look, I found myself trying to look up how to spell it properly, and
SEG, right?
Yeah, it's spelled funky.
SEGUE? Yeah.
Something like that.
I was
Did
going to say
it was that thing you ride around in?
No, I was talking about a transition between 2 topics, but both.
Well, I was, when you said, and kind of like, again, intention and tool, but also I was going to bring up one other thing was oaths. Oaths have a tendency to embody that kind of framework where it is of timely manner and it may be of something to hone you, but yes, not to give up on your people's way to live in poverty like Siddhartha and not, don't get me rolling on Buddha. I'll start. It's bad.
I was, yeah.
You were hitting it, and I was like, I want to say it so bad.
I was trying not to. Yeah, I was trying not to. But anyways, yes. All right. Anyways, thanks for the coffees, Steve. And that's where we're at. Might as well. Anyways, we're on this thing. So if it's an extra long episode, it's Svan's fault. So one of my gripes, and I think it's more than just Matt ranting about stuff. The story of the Buddha. The concept of a nobleman choosing to not do noble stuff, but go sit under a tree and calcify, wasting his life for some kind of spiritual attainment that he doesn't actually use in a productive way. It hurts my feelings on a lot of different levels. There's this idea in Buddhism about developing the diamond body, and you do this thing to make yourself awesome. For what purpose? Because you don't do anything with it. You don't take it out of the box. Like, what's the point? It's like let's get an action figure and just put it up on the wall. Like, no, you take it out of the thing and you play with it. You make it do stuff. It's an action figure. It's an inaction figure if it's sitting on the wall.
Suffering.
Well, and that's the thing. All the suffering in the world. Well, you're a prince. Go do prince stuff and alleviate suffering. Go conquer the villains and slay evil and provide justice and food for your people. And you have a responsibility, and to abdicate that, to pretend you're to claim that you are spiritually enlightened because you are useless and have made yourself useless. And again, they would characterize this very differently than I am. But I think that is a fundamental difference in understanding in Asatru and in Eastern variants that might have an Aryan root way back when. The key is action. We are our deeds, not our thoughts. The point of gaining wisdom is to implement action, is to be successful, is to win. It's not to disappear into nothingness. Yeah, the squandering of that is a tragedy and not something inspirational to my reading or to my understanding. Yeah, so that ventured far afield from the question, I suppose, but I also think it didn't. I think that kind of is very relevant to that idea. But that said, the Hamðismál. What, if anything, additional do folks need to know, or should we head right into it?
Again, it is in a short, brutal style. It actually covers two different poetic meter styles. But I mean, outside of the kind of the more poetic machinations, no, it is a brutal. It's written again in that same poetic abruptness. So, I mean, I think we should just go right into it.
All right,
and again, I've been hammering over and over again, Sigurd, Guðrún, Gunnar, and Atli and her son. I've been trying to give people the roadmap so that they don't get lost in the big story of it all. But I think this here kind of will be able to go, because this is so. Hamþir, or as it's translated, he is the son of Guðrún. Guðrún has told her three sons, take these weapons, get on your horses, go avenge your sister against the Gothic king. And then she says, prepare the pyre, I'm ready to go. And it shifts immediately into the most outspoken son of the last poem, Hamþir, and we go into their part of the story. And again, very interesting stuff though, that can be covered in the verses. Right out the gate. Great the evils once that grew, with the dawning sad of the sorrow of elves. In early morn awake for men the evils that grief to each shall bring. So one of the things that you might obviously that might stick out is the sorrow of elves. This is a kenning for the sun. And a lot of folks might be like, wait a minute, the elves, what? How does that? Alvar. If anybody can think of, like, if you think of the word for a Vikingur as a skip elf, a ship elf, even in the dwarves name that is used by Tolkien, Gandalf, Alf is a being, and whatever is generally connected in front of it, that being is synthesized to it. It is not a kind of a genus species, but instead it's like a Leos Alf is a being of light. A Svart Alf is a being of the soot in the ground. Dock elves are elves of the darkness. They have traveled hell's road. So the broad term of the sorrow of elves is most likely referring to Svart Alvar, as in this has been kind of spoken about in Hamðismál when the Svart Elf comes to wed Thor's daughter and the sun comes up. But it's just really a kenning. I just wanted to bring that up because I know people might hone in on that. But the big point of that first verse is that early in the dawn does oftentimes hearken the start of grievous wars or attacks. We attack at dawn. That's kind of what this first verse is saying. Great the evils once that grew with the dawning sad of the sorrow of elves. In early morn awake for men the evils that grief to each shall bring. At the dawning of war, there shall be great grief between men, and often is the case since long ago. That's what that first verse is saying. And then we move into more of the details that we were doing before. In two, not now nor yet of yesterday was it, long the time that since hath lapsed, so that little there is that is half as old, since Guðrún's daughter of Gjuki wedded her sons so young to Svanhild's vengeance. And that's, again, not long was it when Guðrún tells her 3 sons to go avenge their sister. In 3, the sister ye had was Svanhild called, and her did Jormunrek trample with horses white and black on the battle way. Again, this is clearly, these poems have been composed around the same time, and they have connections to actual historical evidence. So that's very interesting that these might be some of the more older and more grounded poems, even though they're at the very end and they're kind of looked over. The gray road wanted the steeds of the Goths. Little the kings of the folk are ye like, for now ye are living alone of my race. So that is an interesting part, because it says here, Thioth Konunga, little, they are not like the people's kings. And Thioth, of course, meaning the tribe and thereof. And I think that this is clearly stating a separation between the story of the Western Germanics, Sigurd and all of them coming from the Burgundians and from the Alemanni and the Suebi and all the Western tribes, and that the Gutans are of the East, and they are different, and that they are not of the same. But the word race here is not in the contextual way we would use it today. And that word still has power, but the translation here is, again, this is like white people amongst white people is the most like simplest way I can say it. They're just saying they're not like the kings of our people. And then it moves into them speaking and kind of setting the tone, if you will. And I think that this is, again, coming from Hamþir. Lonely am I as the forest aspen, of kindred bare as the fir of its boughs. The fir tree, for those who are not able to read the poem. My joys are all lost as the leaves of a tree when the scather of twigs from warm day turns. Like burned of fire. And it's just, again, it is about loneliness, or I would even say too, the focus of bearing a singular task that is probably doomed. Like a tree without leaves. Then Hamþir spoke forth the high of heart. Small praise didst thou, Guðrún, to Hogni deed give when they wakened thy... Oh, excuse me. That last quote was Guðrún. This, of course, is Hamþir. Hamþir then spoke forth high of heart. Small praise did thou, Guðrún, to Hogni's deed give. When they wakened thy Sigurd from out his sleep, thou didst sit on the bed while his slayers laughed. Thy bed covers white with blood were red. From his wounds and with gore of thy husband were wet. Now we can see there's this repetitiveness from the poem before. So Sigurd was slain. By his corpse did thou sit, and of gladness didst thou not, 'twas Gunnar's doing. So the retort back, and in this poem, we don't see as much the scathing words of their mother. Their mother is claiming them to be cowardly, and he in turn says, don't compare us to your brothers. Your brothers killed your first love. And this is kind of just a biting back and forth. Then they say, thou wouldst strike at Atli, saying, by the slaying of Erp and the killing of Ethel. These are the two children that she had. Thine own grief was worse. So should each one wield the wound-biting sword, that another it slays, but smites not himself. Then did Sorli, the other son, speak, for wise was he ever. With my mother I never a quarrel will make. Full little in speaking methinks ye both lack. So he's saying, stop. I would never begrudge my mother, especially since he knows her life. But both of you are being foolish right now. Why askest thou, Guðrún, that will give thee no tears? For thy brothers dost weep, and thy boys so sweet, thy kinsmen in birth on the battlefield slain. Now, Guðrún, as well, for us both shalt thou weep. We sit doomed upon our steeds, and far hence shall we die. So, again, a resignation of fate. I think that's a commonality amongst the Volsunga saga, is the resignation to, yes, we shall die, but we must go forward. And we see it over and over and over again. And in essence, he stops both of them from arguing. Sorli does, and says that at this level of the burden of death and fighting means that no one escapes from this. Those who wield the swords will fall by swords, and you will get no respite by the vengeance of Svanhild, because you will in turn be losing us. But still, we will go. And it's just, again, a very sad all around. In 11, then the fame glad one, the young princes, the warriors, on the steps, she was the slender figured, spake to her son. So she's on the steps of the hall, and they're sitting out, and she speaks. Ye shall danger have if counsel ye heed not. By 2 heroes alone shall 200 of the Goths be bound or slain in the lofty walled berg, in their lofty castle. From the courtyard they fared, and fury they breathed. The youths swiftly went over the mountain, wet, on their Hunnish steeds, death's vengeance to have. And here's another point of the Hunnish steeds that are mentioned. This is after she has slain Atli, and the Huns are in a disarray, but there is clearly a sense of pedigree in their horses, with good reason. So upon their steeds, they go over the mountain to fight and give vengeance and receive death in the Gutanish lands. 13 does have a break, and it says, on the way they found the man so wise, and there's the break. What help from the weakling brown may we have? So here, this is in the 2 lines that follow this stanza, has a lot of folks kind of debating what exactly this means. Some of them believe the man so wise is Erp from the previous stories. And here it says too, Bellows gives it, he says, the manuscripts indicate no gaps, even though there are. The man so wise, Erp, he here represented as son of Yonik, who is the father of these young men. but not of Guðrún, and hence half-brother to Hamthir and Sorley. There is nothing further to indicate whether or not he was born out of wedlock. However, he is simply mentioned in this capacity. And again, it's also kind of the idea that the poems that were spoken of at the time were so well known that even referring to or making heighty of was still giving an understanding by the crowd. So there's not much that we can go off there except the mentioning of him being kind of weaker, and they also use the word brown, and generally the word kfit is used in relation to like weakness. So I think the brown may be of like low or earthly sense, because a lot of times they'll say like lily livered or white livered, but in this case, he's just this weak and lowly man. But he answers in 14, so answered them their half-brother then, so well may I my kinsman aid, as help one foot from the other has. So I will help you as one foot helps the other. How may a foot its fellow aid, or a flesh-grown hand another help? Then Earp spoke forth, and he said with his words that were few, as haughty he sat on his horse's back, to the timid 'tis ill, the way to tell, a bastard they, the bold one called. From their sheaths they drew their shining swords, their blades to the giantess joy to give. Now, that's an interesting line there, but let me continue forward and then we'll go back. By a third they lessened the might that was theirs, the fighter young to the earth felled. Now, I am of the belief that the giantess has a possibility of two meanings. One, immediately there is this gravitation towards the idea of hell, but I think more so it is the giantess that stands at the bridge of Helgard, speaking specifically of the giantess Mothguth, the one who accepts the dead across the bridge that covers over Gjol and Sleeve. So I am of that belief, but he says that this is clearly an indication towards the goddess Hel. And I think, again, there are mirroring images of understanding between Helgard and Ausgard. Ausgard's bridge is thin and shimmering and disappears and reappears and cannot be tread by everyone. So access into heaven is special. And then Helgard has a wide bridge, and it is sturdy, and it is covered, and it is most importantly guarded, just like Heimdall guards Ausgarder. Mothguth guards the bridge into hell, and she's often overlooked. So I wonder if that's more in relation or in correct thought to that, but I digress. So they fight. All of them are fighting. Many young men are felled to their death. Their cloaks they shook, their swords they sheathed. The high-born men wrapped their mantles close. On their road they fared, and an ill way found. And their sister's son on a tree they saw. On the wind-cold wolf tree west of the hall, and crane's bait crawled. None would care to linger. So as they approach the halls of the Goths, they find Svanhild's son is hanging, or see, they say sister's son, and this could be Svanhild's son, but there's no like mention of that deeper, or it could be the king's son, but here is clearly the sister's son. So I wonder if there was a poetic mix-up there. There could have been, or it is just that they never mentioned Svanhild's son, but he's hanging on a wind-cold wolf tree, left to the wolves, to the west of the hall, and there crane's bait, or crows, crawled amongst the branches of the tree, and none of them cared to linger there. In the hall was din. And then anybody that might not be familiar with the word din, of course, meaning loud. It's great noises. There was a din of clamor or what have you. In the hall was din. The men drank deep, and the horses' hooves could no one hear. So they're partying inside the hall, and they can't hear the warriors approaching. Till the warrior's hearty sounded his horn. Men came, and the tale of Jormunrek told how warriors helmed without they beheld. Take counsel wise, for brave ones are to come. Of mighty men, thou the sister didst murder. Then Jormunrek laughed, his hand laid upon his beard, his arms, for with wine he was warlike. He called for and shook his brown locks. On his white shield he took, and raised high the cup of gold in his hand. Happy, methinks, where I behold Hamthir and Sorley here in my hall. The men would I bind with strings of bows, and Gyuki's heirs on the gallows hang. In the hall there was clamor, the cups were shattered. Men stood in blood from the breasts of the Goths. Then did Hamthir speak forth, the haughty of heart. Thou soughtest, Jormunrek, us to see. Sons of one mother, seek thy dwelling. Thou seest thy hands, thy feet thou beholdest. Jormunrek flung into the fire so hot. Then roared the king of the race of the gods, bold in his armor as roars a bear. Stone ye the men that steel will not bite, sword nor spear, nor the sons of Yonak. And then Sorley speaks. Ill didst win, brother, when the bag thou didst open. Oft from that bag came baleful counsel. Heart hast thou, Hamthir, if knowledge thou hadst. A man without wisdom is lacking in much. And Hamthir retorts, he says, his head were now off if Erp were living, the brother so keen whom we killed on the road, the warrior noble. 'Twas the Norns that drove me, the hero to slay, who in fight should be holy. Now, I think that line there too is very interesting because it again reiterates this seed of knightlyhood. The warrior noble, 'twas the Norns that drove me. By fate and by fate alone I was to act. The hero to slay, who in fight should be holy. In your struggle, in your war, you should be divine. You should be working in synchronicity with divinity. And in 29, in fashion of wolves it befits us not amongst ourselves to strive. Like the hounds of the Norns that nourished were in the greed mid wastes so grim. So not so noble, but instead we were vengeance bared to wade in the gore mid wastes in it so grim. We have greatly fought over the Goths, do we stand? By our blades lay low like eagles upon branches. Great our fame though we die today or tomorrow. None outlives the night when the Norns have spoken. Then sorely beside the gable sank, and Hamthir fell at the back of the house. This is called the old ballad of Hamthir. So they fall in the battle, and sorely, what they mean by at the gable, the front of the house where the gables are lifted, and you can see the gables like at our Hofs. That's where he fell. He fell upon the stairs, but it was Hamthir who got, when they say to the back of the house, is that he covered the distance. He fought the whole way through and fell at the end. And that's it. They both fall in battle, in vengeance. But I mean, again, this poem's just very, very short, concise, and as about as subtle as a hammer to a kneecap.
All right. Well, I don't know stanza-wise if we're halfway through. Poem-wise, we are. Take this time to approach a couple more questions. In our tradition, what's the difference between excuses and valid obstacles? And how do we tell the two apart? Svaner, hvað segirðu?
Wow. One, that's a great question. And I think that that's a question, since we are as we just spoke about, a religion of living, a religion of deeds. There is, that's a great thing to ponder. But I think the answer may be simple. The problem is deception of the self. A lot of times we deceive ourselves. If we are not deceiving ourselves and the obstacles are real, then it doesn't matter what is presented to others. But we have to be completely honest with ourselves. If we are not honest with ourselves, then what we do present to others is the same thing we present to ourselves, an excuse. So I would say, in short answer, that which is truly an obstacle and something that must be overcome is not an argument to others and has little consequence, other than perhaps if someone was to ask you why you were doing something, is that I must do it because of this obstacle. But it's not about defining your argument. If you do find yourself defining your argument, you must look deep within it and make sure that you are not lying to yourself as you would lie to others, because one is bad in the outward sense, but even far worse on the inward sense. And that, again, just really boils down to truth and action. What actions are you going to take to remove said obstacles if they are real? You don't need to lawyer up and defend. You must have a plan. You must start working towards it. And I think that's kind of what we see in a lot of these poems. And that's my take on that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you covered it really well. I was going to say, because I saw this question a little bit ago and I was pondering it. And again, linguistically, they mean the same thing, but we get colloquially, the difference. So I would say excuse is a justification for inaction, whereas obstacles or valid obstacles are causes to reframe action, or obstacles are things to be overcome, whereas excuses are like justifications to go back and sit down and be the adorner of couches. And that's kind of the distinction I'd see in my head when I see somebody that's like, well, I couldn't because of, reasons and stuff. Or, man, it was really hard. I couldn't get there, so I had to drive 3 hours out of the way to get there. Cool, that's a valid obstacle, and you found a way around it, and that's a reason that you were late, as opposed to I didn't show up because I don't know, it looked kind of sketchy out. And I mean, I think those are the things. And I think that whether or not, no answer that we're going to have here is the perfect answer, but I think it comes in the attitude. An excuse is you being able to find a reason to take an out, whereas a valid obstacle is a frustration that you can't get there as fast as you want or in the way that you wanted. And it is followed up with, alternative action as opposed to uselessness. I think that makes the difference to my mind. In times when motivation fades, what spiritual truths or teachings do you turn to that remind you of your purpose? Svan.
Ooh, now these are great questions. Um, that's very interesting. I'm trying to think of the best way to put that. For me, and I know this sounds very strange, but it's honest, is obligation. I am of belief, great belief in obligation or obligation to the divine, obligation to my ancestors, obligation to my folk, or to my words or to the oaths. So that which I find, and I know that sound because the modern usage of the word obligation is like, oh, so when it sucks, you just have to deal. No, I find a reinvigorating sense when I look at the scope of everything. When I think about that which I am given by the gods, whether it's the blessings of healthy children or the recorrection of my life in juxtaposition to where much of my family went. There are, and I, that's kind of getting into the details of it, but the idea is to that obligation based off of what I have and what is helps me recalibrate and shirk off a lot of the doom, a lot of the darkness of the moment, and helps me say to myself, that the blessings I receive from the gods and that which I've received from my ancestors and the things that I have done to bridge those gaps and the blessings I feel like I truly have received. And then it goes even further is the scope of my words. I said something and I've been trying to do it, but then I look at all of the deeds and all of my little place in it and how it all fits together. And I suddenly realize that I can't let that go. I am obligated to continue on because the bigger piece of it all, the web of it all, the fate of the gods and the Norns and all these things, invigorate me to carry on. I may take a step back. Sometimes I fall into a sense of seclusion, but what that ends up doing is I rise from that. Just as there is the low tide, there is the high tide. And I know that, but sometimes you do need to kind of recalibrate, reset, but all the while you're never letting that creeping doom cross over you, and you gotta hold the big perspective. That's what helps me is my obligation to the greater things going on around me.
I think it's first, Nick in Ohio donated $10 each to Phrasehoff and Sigerheim. Thank you for that. We appreciate it a lot. I think my answer to the question again, so it's like the question wants us to have a cool, like, well, if you hearken back to the quatrain of Steve McNally, number 7, and I don't have one of those that's cool, and I wish I did because that's awesome and it's a nice, succinct thing. I think mine and Svan's are similar, but from a slightly different vector. I wouldn't characterize my feeling as obligation as much as, doesn't sound good, but truth is one of our virtues, ambition. I must make the gods proud of me. And I feel like I feel like that is a bar that is always too far ahead that I can't make it to. So I need to always be sprinting towards it as the best I can. And hopefully, if I sprint hard enough and consistently enough, then they will call it good enough. But yeah, it's so example on stuff with Hoffs or anything else. I know that our Hoffs and things will happen. I know that the gods have a approved way of things that they'd like to see happen, that they put their energy towards happening, and kind of a plan or at least a direction for how things go. And I don't ever want to rush that or run afoul of that, but I will damn sure have myself in position when the time is right. I don't ever want the gods or the folk or the AFA to miss out because I'm caught asleep at the wheel, because I'm not where I need to be, because I'm not pushing hard enough, because I'm not pouring enough of myself into it. I don't ever want my failing to be the thing that prevents success for the AFA, boon for our folk, or glory to our gods. And so it is a ever-present need to be doing my utmost to make the gods proud of me. And I think that is the daily acknowledgement, and it's something I reaffirm daily in front of my altar. And yeah, that's kind of the guiding thing. And I think it's the same kind of thing, just approached from a slightly different vector.
If I may, and a lot of folks listening they may not, I mean, they may think that like what's being said is, I don't know, that's what somebody who's running a church or the AFA or the Church of the Icer would say, but it is truly that way. And I think, to speak on a negative sense for both of us, I know that you speak about how when you push forward and you push forward hard, sometimes you are so far ahead that no one is with you, and then you start to get agitated, panicked, and things. I've seen this. I'm not trying to air out the truth.
No, you're
I
fine.
want people to know that this is genuine. Whereas for me, I am playing catch up, because a lot of times I get so hyper focused on one little thing that I lose sight of the big picture, and then I get drugged down. And one of the setbacks, and so you have this kind of aggressive forwardness and this kind of reflective, I don't know, like receiving of an understanding, or the burden, the obligation, the greater picture. But what ends up happening is I play catch up a lot of times while you're waiting for everyone to. So it is really true what Asatru is saying. This is absolutely the case between the two of us.
That's why this show is called Victory Never Sleeps, is I don't ever want to get caught resting. Like, I always want to be moving forward, and we have a limited lifespan in Midgard. There is so much that I want to accomplish for this and for our Aesir. And I want to do the very best with the time that I have. I have been blessed with a very amazing opportunity and amazing fortune, in the sense of amazing luck, to be in the position that I'm in. I don't ever not want to be worthy of it. And so I always want to show my worth, and I don't know. I want to leave it all on the field, and that's the thing.
That was a rare kind of deep cut into the core of things there.
I mean, that's the thing with these questions. Some of them are, what's your favorite breakfast cereal? And some of them are
right to the bone.
Deeper, and some of them that don't necessarily seem like they would, inspire something else. So we appreciate all you guys' questions. We got one more before we'll go back into the text. How can each of us become a brighter beacon of courage, steadfastness, and honor for our families and folk this year? Svan.
Well, kind of following that question, turbocharge. You only have a limited amount of time. Get in there, fight, light on fire, do the hard. No, I think to bring it into the middle between, I would say one of the things is cultivating small victories is a huge thing. I think for a lot of folks who maybe aren't on the roll of catching the horizon, there are a lot of folks, and perhaps there's even folks around you. But gaining those small victories, including others in your small victories, and making them grow together. If you're talking about your family, they, in a big scale, they might not get certain things, but you get this small victory and include them and show them why you're doing this and where the source of your spirit comes from. And I think that makes you kind of that beacon. And I think that a lot of times we get too grandiose in our thoughts about what we can do. And instead, if we can just make those steps and get bigger and bigger and bigger, but include your family with you, and then also to exonerate them in their little steps, in the things that they do that make them move forward and together. That's one thing, is those little victories, if you will. Focus on them. Keep yourself in scope.
All right. See you in the morning, baby. Sleep good.
Those little victories, I think, are a big one. Since you scoped the question with being for your friends, your family, and your folk around you, that is one of the things I think a lot of people lose sight of. They hit the ground running hard, and they have a very big horizontal goal, and they don't concentrate on little things, and then they falter and kind of sometimes spin out, or again fall into darkness, lose scope of things. So grabbing those little victories, whatever they might be, of spiritual attainment, or and I'm not even talking even just spiritual, but you have this say something plaguing you or your family, and you remove that obstacle, you conquer that situation, you come out on the other end, and then you say, okay, now I'm going to do the next thing, and you celebrate. So it's kind of like a in between the last question we were talking about, having that, but don't lose scope. Don't go so big that you don't get the step off. Questions are good.
So painful self-reflection. And I think it follows on with what you're saying. Seize opportunities to do stuff. Don't just wait on the big stuff you're doing. Don't, be adorners of couches, or in my case, adorners of broke down recliners. Get out there and do stuff. I know I have a tendency of having big things that I'm trying to do that I wait on them happening. There's lots of little things you can do in the meantime. And I really like the phrasing of the question, because it's not just what stuff can we do better, but it's how can that be a brighter, how can that be an example to others? Being seen to do stuff either inspires people like, wow, that guy's awesome, I should be out there doing stuff too, or it, scolds others like, damn it, if that guy, now I look bad sitting here. So I guess I got, either way works, either way moves you forward. So either of those things, it's really, example is such a powerful thing because it cuts through all of the we are very adept at defending laziness and poor behavior with words and with concepts and with argumentation. An example cuts through that. There's no resistance. There's no built-in arguments. There's no, well, actually, dude's out there doing it and you're not. Get up and go do it or shut up. And that is instinctual to our core. It doesn't know a language. It doesn't know a philosophical school. It's, they're out there doing it. Get out there and do it or count yourself lesser. And I think example is super powerful. And I think it's not just powerful with that, it's powerful with your family. And you mentioned specifically in the question, families. Your kids are watching. Your kids are watching. And that's okay. So that's something that has really been brought home to me in a lot of ways that I try to internalize. And, a lot of ways I'm very proud of my wife and I in some ways that we've handled that, because especially, and, any long-term followers of the show or whatever may be aware that there has been significant rift in my family between my father, stepmother, and Mandy and I over the COVID-19 reaction and a lot of things since then. And it's been really important to me to try to set the example for my family, to try to be the bigger person in that, which is strange dealing with the generation that you look up to that's supposed to be the bigger person by default. It's interesting when, as a grown child to a parent, you find yourself trying to be the adult in the situation. And that's not meant to be disparaging. I'm sure Aubrey will say the same thing in 30 years from now. But it's been at the forefront of our mind. Not only is this the right thing to do, not only should we do it, but Aubrey needs to see us doing it, and they need to see me being a good son and not being a jerk. They need to see that even though we've got rifts over things, that I'm still showing hospitality, that I'm still extending courtesies to my parents that I owe them. I don't just need to do it. She needs to see that we're doing it. And that's powerful. So I don't know if there's really a point there or just kind of an example of it, but that came to mind. And again, these are good questions. So appreciate the meaty questions for us this evening. But we will handle a meaty portion of text here. The Hlöðskviða. Svan, do they need any prep work, or are we just diving right in?
I would say one of the things about this is more, well, first off, it's not in the corpus of the Codex Regius, and that this is more like the Volsunga saga is ultimately talking about the interplay between the Burgundians, the Frankish Germanics, the Goths, and so on. This next poem is from that, and I would say is even more detailed because there is such a wide mentioning of kings of England, kings of Wales. There is a lot going on here, but the best way to look at this poem is, one, okay, we're stepping outside of the Volsunga cycle and we are looking into a poem that is constructed of the inner fighting of European tribes, if you will, and their kings, and some of the it's more of a kind of a snapshot into like real life Game of Thrones, if you will. I don't mean to say that impiously, but it is true. There's a lot of backstabbing and fighting that's about to go on, and it's just very straightforward. And some of it is very historically contextual, and then others speculative. And that's because by the time that this poem was fully composed and written down, this was a great expanse of time, but not as far as the expanse of time between Attila and writing this down in Iceland. So it's not that far, but still very interesting. The story is again based off of the treachery that happens between kings and their kinfolk. And I guess the poem will speak of it. So in the beginning here, it gives a great and straight out connection of like a roadmap of where everyone is, where everyone's at. And it's so strange because remember when we talk about how, and I'll use this just for fun and make sure people are paying attention, tomato Europe and the Roman Empire, and having its connectivities. A lot of people forget potato Europe. It's super funny using like vegetables from the Americas, or a fruit and a vegetable if you want to get really specific. But in potato Europe, there was a great connectivity between all the tribal groups. There was fighting and there was not a lot of cohesion, but there was very much an understanding of who was who and where was where, and they did share a commonality of culture. Our religion was all across Europe, and they knew when we spoke of the gods that they understood who they were talking about, and this connectivity is really shown in here, especially with the inclusion of the Welsh and the English, and the English, of course, being Germanic folk that go over into the Isles. But yeah, so here in right out the gate, stanza 1. Of yore, say they, Humley over the Huns held sway. So that's all the way in the east. Gizur over the Gauts in Gautland, which would then be up north near Sweden. Over the Goths, Angatir. Now, Angantir is also written Angati in the Nordic side, but we're going to go with Angantir. And then there is Valdar over the Danes in what would be Denmark or Jutland. But over the Welsh, Kiar, and Alric the Bold over the English folk. And there's speculative natures that Alrekr may be either a king unknown named Ulrich, or it may be Alfred the Great, or let me see if I'm saying this right. I'm gonna butcher it. So where is it? It's right here. Alfred the Great, or Alfric, who was better known as a scholar and possibly one of the first of the Christian conversions, but I think the likelihood of this is it's more Alfred the Great. But let's see. So Alric the Bold over the English folk. Then there was Hloth, born there in the Hunnish folklands. with dagger and broadsword, and byrnie long, with ring-decked helmet, and sharp hewing sword, with horse well broken in that hallowed land. Now Hloth learned about the death of his father. His brother, Angantyr, had himself made king over all those lands, which Hithric had owned. Then King Humli advised Hloth to claim from Angantyr his share of the inheritance with fair words, as is said here. And then it moves into the poetics. So bearing in mind, it is that of the Goths they are speaking of, Angantyr, and Hloth is supposed to go to him and claim his rightful half. So, rode Hloth from the east in the Hunnish lands to King Hydric's firstborn, to the halls where dwells the dauntless Goths, to Aurheimr, to claim that his heir lands. I also find it interesting, Aurheimr. Aurheimr is, the home of like the year, the cycle. I'm looking here again to see what the notes from Hollander. They call it the river dwelling, and it may be supposed of the Dnieper River, but Aur in Old Norse means year, or the cycle or seasons. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that one, but I just noting that as I'm reading it. Before the high hall, he found a hero standing from far lands, hailing. Him he welcomed. Hloth said, "Into high hall now go thou, hero, and bid Angantyr make answer to me." Now, this is an interesting point that I wanted to bring up. We see this over and over and over again in our stories when it comes to the idea that the hero is going to the hall, and then sorry, one moment. My phone keeps like blowing up because my fellow Speckinger are talking about very important things on Teams. Anyways, we see this over and over again. We see this in Skirnismál, in which when Holy Frey sends Skirnir, he meets outside of Gareth's hall a herdsman. And we see this in Ragnarok. We see this time and time again, where there is a kind of a gatesman, a doorman, a herdsman. In this case, they simply say a warrior from far away. And the idea is that he is presenting himself not directly, but through this person with perhaps to show a sense of civility. At the time, the idea of, being hearkened by someone else, having a herald, was generally seen as polite. So maybe that's what this is. But again, it's just worth noting. We see it over and over and over again. So he says, "Go into the high hall, hero, and tell the king of the Goths, Angantyr, that he should come to answer to me." The warrior went in before the table of King Angantyr and said, "'Tis Hlöð, come here, King Hydric's heir, thy bastard brother. Thy brother he, the young hero, on his horse doth sit. Would he now fain with thee have speech?" Pretty blunt, but also fair. So, but when King Angantyr heard this, he threw down his trencher, his plate, on the board, the table. In Icelandic, we still say, like when you come to eat, it's come to borða, means come to the board, come to the table. So he throws his trencher down, and I love this kind of detail that they throw in here. And he rose and clad himself in his byrnie, in his chainmail. He took his white shield in hand and grasped his sword, Tyrving with the other. Then there arose much din in the hall, as here is said. And again, the mentioning of Tyrving.
People often, or people from time to time, mention Tyrfing, and it's interesting that this is, this has come up. For whatever reason, it came up with something the other day. I really like this poem's descriptions, the imagery in a pretty short word economy is like really powerful. I like the way this is composed really well.
Yeah, that short, concise, and all of these poems are. But I mean,
it paints such a clear picture. Like, that's the thing with so few words, it paints a very vivid scene.
Well, and a lot of people might be thinking, like, what does this have connection with Guðrún? Because we've been talking about Guðrún and Hogni and Gunnar. No, this is in essence after. I believe it's after, because Atli is not there, and that Hlöði is one of, or the king in the Hunnish lands. So this is, again, just a slice of warriordom in poetics. Clean and clear, as if we were simply warriors in the hall listening to the poet give tale of the going-ons between great men. Yes, Tyrving. Then there arose much din in the hall, as it is said here. Rose outcry in the hall with the atheling, when the atheling stood up. Again, the atheling is an Anglo-Saxon word, but it is speaking, of course, of the king of the Goths, Angantyr, and all of his lords. They all fain would hear what Hlöð did say, and eke what answer Angantyr made. So immediately everybody gets up, and they want to see what their lord is going to say to this man who is coming for things that he believes is rightfully his. And this is like a moment, and they want to see what's going on. And of course, they are of Angantyr's throng, so it's more about seeing how their king reacts to this challenge. Angantyr says, "Hail to thee, Hlöð, King Heidric's son, and my own brother." He doesn't say bastard brother or stepbrother. He says brother. "On bench sit thou. In his hall let us drink Heidric's Arvil." That's Arvil. That's an interesting. "The father of us, the first of mankind. In wine or in mead, whichever worthest seemed." So he's saying, come, let's sit in our hall and drink mead or wine, or whichever one of those we deem the worthiest at the time, and speak. I wanted to see the connection there with Heidric's Arvel and the yeah. I mean, I see here too, when he says the father of us, the first of mankind, I think he's speaking of the origins of, because it says Theoden, the origins of the Germanic people, or the origins of the Goths, perhaps. Since Hlöði, even though Hlöði lives amongst the Huns, he is half brother to Angantyr, and Angantyr is Gothic, so maybe he's speaking about the first king of the Goths. And then Hlöði says, "Not hither came we from Hunnish lands to share with you your wine and mead. The half will I have of what is Heidric owned, of all, and of edge, of all the treasure, of cow and of call, of cairn and of harsh grinding of thrall and bondmaid, and those born of them. So he minces it right to the heart of it. He says, I'm not here to drink mead with you and negotiate. I want what's half of which is mine from Hyðrik. So again, Hyðrik being their father, and as our Angantyr says, is the source of their race or their being, their tribe. And he says, of all, and the word all meaning like a punch that you would punch holes in leather, and of edge, of all the treasure. And it's speculated down here when they talk about of all, where he says that this could mean representing of peaceful pursuits. So he's saying like of craft. He says, I want what's half of mine owned of all, or of crafts, like of leather crafts and of peaceful things, or by edge, like the edge of a sword. And of all the treasure that he had won, even of the cows and the land and the millstone and the fields that the thralls grind wheat upon or from, he wants that which is owed to him. So again, this is poetically just saying, I want all the treasure that is, I want it of the peaceful crafts or by edge, and I want the lands that are owed to me. And then he continues, he says, the mighty forest, which is Mirkwood height, the hallowed grave, which in Gothland stands, the shining stone in Denupstead stands, half of the war weeds, which Hyðrik owned, of lands and lieges and of lustrous arm rings. So interesting part of that is he's talking about the burial places of the Gothlands. So I think what he's ultimately saying is the lands of the north down to the Dnepr River. And so he's basically stating out that plot. And then he also wants the stone in Denupstead, or the Dnepr River. But the war weeds part was the one that I was looking at, and I wonder if war weeds may have a kenning for soldiers. But in essence, and this is something that Boog suggests, is that this is where it would put a buffer zone between the Huns and the Nibelungs of the Volsunga saga and the Nibelungs, that this is kind of this buffer zone that he's trying to reclaim. And in essence, since he's from the Hunnish lands, this is the East kind of stepping back in to the West and making claims again, which may have had, I think, kind of an aggressive reaction from the audience with good purpose. It's like the East, the wake of Atli is still nibbling into the heartlands of Europe, kind of thing. Angantyr says to Hlöði, he says, your shining shield will be shattered, brother, and by cold spears will be split by many another, and many a man will meet his death before Tyrving in two I sunder, or to three, son of Humli, leave the half of it. Now, I'm the placement of that is as a threat that he will sunder him, or maybe in threes, I think is an interesting thing. And Humli, of course, being it says here down in the bottom that Humli is his daughter's son. So I'm a little confused as exactly how this is looping around, but he continues. He says, I will give thee, brother, gleaming arm rings and much wealth and gold, what most thou wishest, 1,200 thralls, 1,200 steeds, 1,200 bondmen with bucklers and weapons. To every man of you much will I give, other and better things than ere this he had. To every man a maid will I give, and give each maiden a golden necklace. About thee a sitting hall I shall silver heap. About thee a going shall I give golden trinkets to pour, so that the rings will roll about thee, shalt govern a third of the Gothic lands. Gizur then called the follower of the Gritings, King Heidric's faster father, was then in Angetir's company, and he was exceedingly old by then. When he heard Angetir's offer, he thought that too much was being offered, and said, could no better be offered to a bondwoman's son, to the son of a bondwoman, though born to a king, the bastard son that will sate on the hill when the atheling the heirlooms shifted? So Angantyr is saying, I will give you horses, I will give you bondsmen and weapons, I will give you maidens, and each maiden will have a golden necklace. He is laying it on there and saying that, you can then too govern a 1/3 of the Gothic lands. But Gizur, who is King Heidric's father, so their father's father, the grandfather, and he says, why would you do this? Why would you offer so much to this half bastard stepbrother of yours, who's born not just of a king, but also of a bondwoman of low birth? And he kind of even lends to the idea the bastard son then sate on the hill when the heirlooms shifted. So like, he's also kind of saying, like, you're promising him all this, and do you think he's going to sit tidily by and accept it, if not, and not go for more? Will he be sated when you've shifted all of this upon him? Now, Hlöth is enraged and returns to Humli, who promises to help him the summer after. So this is a gap. And what we end up getting is this exchange goes, and Hlöth is not satisfied. And so he leaves, and he speaks to Humli and says, the next summer, I'm going to attack Angantyr. And that's another interesting thing to consider, is that most wars and most of these kind of things happen seasonally. So Humli says, shall we feast at our ease till over is the winter, drink and hold and converse, quaffing the mead and teaching our warriors weapons to fashion, which to battle bravely we shall bear forward? Well shall we arm our warrior host and help thee, Hlöthi, with hardy deeds, with 12-year-old drafts or draughts and 2-year-old foals. Thus shall the host of the Huns be gathered. So he says, with 12-year-old mead or 12-year-old alcohol, and with 2-year-old calves. So long-standing mead and young meat, soft meat, over the winter we shall eat and prepare. And that winter, King Humli and Hlöth did stay at home. But when spring came, they drew together so great a host that there was a dearth of fighting men in Hunland. And when this mighty host was gathered, they rode through the Mirkwood. As they came out of the forest, they found many farms and level fields. And in the fields there stood a fair castle. There ruled Hervor, Angantyr and Hlöth's sister. and with her Ormur, her foster father. They warded the land against the Huns and had great host. And one morning, about sunrise, Hervor stood on a tower above the castle gate. She saw so much dust southward towards the forest that it blotted and hid the sun for a long time. Then saw she a glow under the dust, as though it was from gold, but it was from the fair shields inlaid with metal, gold, and gilded helmets, and bright, shining chainmail. Then understood she that this was the Hunnish army, and most numerous they were. She hurried down and called her trumpeter and bade him summon the host. Then they said, Hervor to them, take your weapons and make ready for battle. But thou, Ormar, ride out toward the Huns and offer them battle before the southern gate. And Ormar said, assuredly shall I, with shield aloft, ride to the Hunnish most hurriedly, to summon them to the south gate, there against the Goths to try in the game of war. And that is what he did. He then returned to the castle. Then Hervor was armed and all her host. There was a great battle, but because the Huns had such great a host in number, the battle turned against Hervor, and at length she fell, and round about her many of her men. But when Ormar saw her fall, he fled, and with him all they who still lived. He rode day and night as fast as he could to King Angatir's castle in Aurheimer, while the Huns took to harrying and burning the countryside. When he arrived, he said, from the south gate I come to say these tidings. Burned is the far-famed forest of Mirkwood, all the Goth lands drenched in gore of the fallen. I know that Hervor, Heidric's daughter, and thy sister by the sword has also fallen. Have Hunnish hosts hewn down that maiden with many of your warriors. So the half-sister to both Hlöði and to Angatir is leading this castle with her foster father, and she takes to arm. She starts leading the men as they attack, the Huns attack, and she is felled with the warriors there. But Ormar, the foster father, escapes, running and riding all the way to tell Angantyr the Huns are coming. They were here last year, but they're keeping true to their threat. And remember, she was this is part of the poem. Remember, she was readier for war than wooer of Dali, or on the bench to sit as a wedded bride. So she of the Goths, she was ready for war. His Hervor is her name. And no doubt because she was so close to the Hunnish lands. And her husband was probably slain in those battles with the Huns. So she was waiting, and was not fit simply to be a wedded bride or a queen. She was preparing, and it came to her, and her fate was met, and she was felled with her men. When Angantyr heard this, he stroked his beard and was silent for a long time. And then at last he said, was unbrotherly dealt with, my brave sister. Now have fallen the fighters who fared with you. Full many the men with mead we drank. Have I fewer followers when I fain would have more? So he says basically that Hlöði and his half-sister as well, this was not a fate befitting her. And now many a men did he have about him during times of peace, but yet fewer during times of war. And he's lamenting that. And in 23, he says, in all my host, no hero I see, though I should beg him and buy him with rings. Who would raise the war shield and ride for me to the Hunnish host as a harbinger of war? Gizur the Old said, and I like the, obviously Gizur, but Gizur, Gizur the Old, he says, not a single silverling seek I of thee, nor of glistening gold guerdon crave I, yet shall I ride and raise the war shield to the Hunnish hosts as a herald of battle. So Gizur the Old says, you know, you offered them gold the last time we talked, and you shouldn't have done that. And now they're here to just take it all. I'll ride. So this is his grandfather saying, I don't want any silver and I don't want any gold. He's too old to spend it. He's going to lead the men and fight against the Huns. As it was King Heidric's law that if a hostile army was in the land and the king of the land challenged them to a pitched battle and appointed the battlefield, then those Vikings durst not harry before the battle was tried to them. Gizur then armed himself with good weapons and leaped on his horse as though he were a young man, and said to the king, to the Huns, where shall I herald that battle? Now, I think it's interesting to note, first off, this is written by, this is translated by Hollander. So there is a lot more kind of storytelling going on with the poetics. But I found that interesting. One, of course, there is the usage of the word vikingur. In this context is more or less, I would say, warriors. And from what I'm looking at, I do not see the usage of the word vikingur. So that may have been a translational thing where it means warriors, bondsmen, swordsmen, spearmen, or freelancers. But he's saying that their father made a law that if there was a hostile army, what was to be done was that there would be an appointed place to meet, and that there was no raiding and pillaging beforehand. And I just think that's interesting that that's stated, whereas the Huns are clearly doing the opposite of that law. But so Gizur says to the Huns, where shall I herald the battle? Where shall we go? And Angantyr says, on the down of the Dun Heath, in Dilkja Vales shall the battle be. And here in the notes, again, it's mentioned earlier that this is, of course, near the Dnieper River, possibly. And beneath the Iserfels, where often the Goths, their glaives reddened and victory won warriors in swordplay. So they're going to a familiar battle site. Also, again, very interesting that they use the word glaives, instead of their spears or their axes. Then Gizur rode till he came upon the Hunnish army. When he was within earshot, he called out with a loud voice and said, afraid are your hosts. Fey is your leader. And again, this may be a misspelling. Fey is your leader. I think fate is your leader. You have angered Lord Odin, and we now offer you battle. On the downs of the Dunheath, in the Dilkja Vales, I bid you to battle, neath Iserfel's brow. May Odin over we Angantyr's foes. So may, in essence, may Odin own ye all who is the king's foes. and may this spear fly over you as I do bid it. And we many folk in Asatru are very familiar with the speaking of and the concept of, and it is even mentioned that Lord Odin does it in the battle between the gods of cosmic order and natural law, between the Aesir and the Vanir. He throws over the spear, bidding, and this is clearly a cultural Germanic, especially from the migration era, the idea that before a battle there was a spear thrown, and that was in dedication to Lord Odin, and the bidding of victory over your enemies. So he throws his spear and says, as it flies over you, I do bid it. Then Hlöð had heard Gizur's words and said, seize ye Gizur, the greetings follower. Angetir's man from Auheimer come. Humly said, no hurt nor harm to him shall be done, to hero who fares to herald us to war. So, again, they're threatening to capture him, and he says, no, he will not be seized. He is a messenger. And then Gizur says, well, not Hunnish hornbows do harm to us ever, nor Hunnish wiles hinder our warriors. That is a direct and a historical reference to the fact that they were horsemen who used bows made of horn instead of wood, and their wiles, of course, meaning their tactics, the riding, the shooting. He says, your horn bows will do us no harm, and your wiles will never hinder our warriors. Gizur then gave the spurs to his horse and rode back to the king, Angetir. The king asked him whether he had encountered the Huns. Gizur said, I spoke with them and summoned them to combat on the downs of the Dunheath in Dilkja's Vale. Angetir asked him how great an army the Huns had, and Gizur said, huge was the host. 16 squadrons I foregathered, had each squadron fully 5,000 men, and each 1,000 1,300, and each 100 horsemen 8 score. So a massive foot army with a good each 100. There were like 8 cavalry or 8 score. So maybe that is actually not, that might be 80 men per. Wow, that's insane. These are insane numbers. And to the response, Angetir then got together an army to meet the Huns, though they were twice his strength, so that he's half, his army is half the size. The battle lasted 8 days with great slaughter, which was made good in case of the Goths by the continual reinforcements, so that at last the Huns were actually forced to give ground. Angetir stepped into the front ranks with his sword, Tyrving in hand. He slew both Hlöði of the Hoths and Humli. Then the Huns took to flight, and the Goths slew so many that the rivers were dammed up and overflowed their banks because of their bodies of the dead men and horses. Angetir went about the battlefield to search amongst the fallen, and there he found his brother, Hlöði, and he said, untold arm rings I offered you, brother, a wealth of gold, and what most thou did wish as a guerdon for strife now hast gotten neither, nor lands, nor lieges, nor lustrous rings. A baleful fate wrought is that, brother. I slew thee. Well, that I be told, ill the Norns' doom. That is metal. Holy crap. And clearly, I think what's being kind of laid out too is despite their size, it was the Goths choosing the battlefield that ultimately led them to being able to control the movement of the Huns. And then also they had a constant reinforcement coming in. That's the poem, but that is absolutely awesome at the end too.
Yeah, these last couple are pretty cool. All right, well, we got a couple of more questions, and then we will do the final poem of this Edda. And like I said, it's been 2.5 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is the end of it.
It's been a while. But no, so here, just as a note, we're going to go through, because it's much shorter, we're going to go through Snorri's Edda much quicker. And there's other stuff we'll get to. So, yeah, we're excited about that. But we've got one more in the tank here tonight, and we'll do a couple of questions. In your view, what is the single most important thing modern Asatru folk are getting wrong about living the faith day to day? And what would it look like if we finally got it right? Svan.
Oh, piety. Or really what it is, and I don't know if it's from the fact that there are many folk coming in from the Semitic Christian, the Christianity as the subsect of Judaism that it is, or if it's modernism or a combination of the two. But there is a deep kind of sense where, on the negative side of what I'm saying, is that I see many people who are almost in a way doing this as performance. And I know other religions are wrought with this as well. So, we can't sit here and pretend that those that oppose us are not afflicted with the very same things I'm saying. But there are a lot of folks who are, I wonder, when I see them maybe on social media or maybe speaking, that are they doing this in their daily lives? Do they truly believe in the power and the divinity and the very presence of the gods? The other is, will they take this to their deathbed? And the only reason why I'm thinking that is because, again, it does seem performative. It could be my perception as well with, say, like In the Wake of the Viking show. And I don't want to define myself about what I'm against. So what I try to do is spread a genuine understanding that the gods are real. They are our gods. We have our place, our obligations, like I spoke of earlier, that hold us into the greater pattern of all these things, that we are in a clandestine time in which the gods are returning, and that the Hoffs are being built and reopened, and that there will be a center, a sacred center, that if there are runic epochs, and when I was learning growing up, that they spoke of, my rune teacher spoke of the epochs of the runes and the epics, and that the epics of the runes, that we were in the age of Sowillo, and we are now, we are moving into the age of Tiwaz. And I remember asking him, when will that happen? How will we know? And he said, you will know when it happens. And that was, of course, very underwhelming for me and infuriating. And now he's passed on. He's on the other side of the veil. And I now understand exactly what he's saying. These moments are real. And I think that we need to build that sense of, this is a real religion. This is not performative. It isn't so much about grandstanding and saying, I wear my hammer, not as a trinket or no. I'm saying go even beyond that, to the point of studious study, of seeking community, building around Hoffs, moving to Hofs even. You know, say what you want about the Semitic religions that Europeans have been following since Saul of Tarsus. The one thing that they do is they're motivated. You got weirdo Mormons, but they walked across the United States to settle Utah. And we have people struggling with the concept of like moving closer to a Hof, or even knowing that a Hof is nearby. I mean, we've had members who are like, yeah, I've been living here for all my life and I just now heard about you. There's a lot of that. So my point is that this is not a performative sense, or even again to fill a vacuous void of identity. I'm not Christian, I'm European, and this is what I'm gonna look like. I'm gonna grow a mohawk ponytail, and then we get into like the shoulder pelts and all that stuff. No, I'm saying go beyond that, evolve beyond that, and understand that we are our ancestors in living form, and we are in this modern age. We are dealing with modern issues, modern thoughts, modern ideas, and we are bringing the knowledge of our ancestors and our faith in the gods in the living religion today. We are not trying to go back and, this in this fjord, we have one little sighting that says they did Alvar bloat in this part of Iceland. So that means we're going to do it for everyone everywhere, because that's probably what they were doing, which it isn't. That isn't true. So, I mean, we're even organizing beyond what our ancestors did. So I would say the calling of that, the single most important thing, is to evolve into understanding this is a real religion. We need to put on our big boy pants of religion and stop thinking about being backyard kings and trying to be like some sort of big fish amongst the pagans of these kind of like neo-paganism. No, we pull ourselves out of that and we shift over into, we are a religion, these are our churches, these are our people, and we are serious, and we are bringing our people home. And we also have to gird ourselves with understanding that when that becomes serious, that is really going to draw a lot of aggression. It's going to come from the Europeans who are devout to the synagogue of Yahweh, or as they don't like to think of it that way, but they're doing it. They're in the synagogue of Yahweh, but they're still in a synagogue, and they're going to be really mad that we are making our presence known, that we are returning to the idea that the lands that we've conquered, whether it's the Anglosphere or whether it's, of course, Europe itself, that's our holy land, not some place in the Middle East. They're going to hate that. And then on top of that, we also have political enemies, or ideas that people take some philosophical or political stance that because we integrate our faith with our ethnicity, that's somehow some sort of political statement. We're going to draw air from that. And we can't have people half-assing and dressing up as TV Vikings who, I'll slay a dragon for you, but I won't show up to a food drive. That crap has to stop. That's all I got to say about that, I guess. That's it. Oh.
So Svan did not understand the single part of the question.
Oh, no.
So, what Svan said.
Sorry, I soapbox there.
No, you're fine. You're on a roll. That was good. And I agree fully.
But now you could say what Svan said, and that's one thing. Because
no, but so here's the but Svan, he took my stuff because he had like 15 things.
I know. I like buckshot the whole thing.
No, because it all we joke, but it goes to a central point of taking this seriously as a living religion. And when I was contemplating what the single thing is our folk, and I think well-meaning, have a very hard time conceptualizing Asatru as a living religion. They're perpetually stuck in these circles of, but what did the Vikings do on this thing? Or is this exactly how the Vikings performed this thing? And they don't ever, it doesn't occur to them that this is living and that what we are doing now is just as important as what they were doing then. And that innovations and knowledge that our Gothar have now is just as valuable as a Gothi in 700. They don't see that we are in a living relationship with the Aesir at present, and that what we are doing is divinely watched over, inspired, and instigated in many instances. It's like their mind is stuck in the historical pursuit of Asatru and not in the living practice of Asatru. And when I say that, I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I don't think it is dishonest or poorly intentioned. I think we get people now, more so than ever before, that come from an atheist background, so they don't understand how to religion. That's not something that comes natural to them because they have no point of reference for it other than something they see in the abstract. And if the only way you experience religion is through seeing it in a historical context or seeing it on media, that's not real in the same way as if you grew up in the church or you grew up practicing a religion. So it's a different kind of thing to adjust your mind to how to do religion. And the other thing is, people are very isolated. And so in their mind, they're still stuck in the, now, wouldn't this be cool if, as opposed to, wow, this is really cool because. And the more we have people that come out to their local events, the more we have Hofs closer to people, the more people attend the Hof, the more they are able to feel this in their life and see and, actually believe in the reality of what they're doing. I've mentioned before on here the phenomenon a number of times. It's very special. Okay, so I've mentioned that one of the most special things as a Gothi is when it becomes real to someone, when you can be part of this becoming real to someone. So many people think this is real, want this to be real. But when you see their eyes get, as big as saucers, and all of a sudden their reality is changed, it's real in an entirely different scope of magnitude. And that's not something that just happens at random. That's something that's facilitated by participation. If you're not in the spot where this is happening, it's very hard to feel the realness of it. So I think that the more our folk participate and conceive of Asatru as a living, real religion that's happening right now, really special things will happen when a critical mass of people begin to see it in that light instead of as an exercise in historical reenactment or recreation. It's like something that ghost things happen. There's ghost impressions on a place where they're perpetually doing the same thing over and over and over again, like they're stuck. There's something about the soul of a lot of our people to where they recognize a need for something, but they're stuck and they don't know how to move forward. So it's a perpetual cycle of intellectualizing over ancient concepts rather than living our faith. And I think that's a big part of it. I neglected to mention that Jeff in Texas donated $50 towards the Baldershoff steeple. Thank you for that, Jeff. We appreciate it very much. Our next question, and then we'll get back into our final poem. If every Asatru today suddenly took the community and folk obligations inherent in the faith as seriously as our ancestors did, how would that transform our folk, our Hoffs, and our future? Svan.
Well, I mean, those two kind of link together. And perhaps the specifics of it is as seriously as our ancestors did. Because we've already talked about modernity. We've already talked about that a lot of us are coming from a foreign faith and contesting with, the synagogue of Yahweh has turned divinity into an abstract. No longer is it, the foreskin demanding God of Abraham in the desert. Now it's kind of this abstract. But I think that the obligations that we have are different than our ancestors. But what we were ultimately just talking about was that connectivity. Our ancestors may have saw things slightly differently, but yet are still the same. When I talk to the Gothar about cosmology and I say, our ancestors believed of the world to be a semi-spherical plane, but that the gods lived amongst a mountain or mountains that is Himmenbjerger, the mountains of heaven, but that somewhere the gods are central and upward. That does not change, even though things about, say, the natural world and our understanding, but to our ancestors, the gods were central and upward. That is very important. So I think what it is kind of what we were saying is building a real relationship with the gods is imperative because that is something our ancestors did have. And we see it flagging when there's this introduction of a foreign faith that's using, kings and usury and marriage laws and land rights and pumping Scandinavia with Roman coins. And we see a lot of our folk starting to what is, this connection with our gods is being attacked by this kind of very real and tangible machine that is the church at the time. But the tangibility is still even there, even in the very, very, in the times where our heroes are dying in faith to the Holy Aesir, to the gods of their ancestors, the last bastion of Aryan paganism under duress and by brother. In the very, the mistletoe laddened hand of the blind brother slaying Balder is happening all over Northern Europe. And, that kind of stuff, we need to reattain that living faith with our gods. We need to know that our gods are in that heavenly place. They are in the center of our lives, in the center of our world and upwards, that they are gathering at the well, at the tree, and they are looking upon us. They are measuring out the dooms of men with the Nornir, but they are also marking us for notice, for glory, or worst off is for dishonorable sense. And we must never fall into that. We must try to always seek to build that relationship. And when we do, then we can start confronting things and obligations to our community that didn't exist for our ancestors. And we can seek governance of ourselves with their guidance, but it all comes down first to building real, tangible relationship. It's not necessarily that you bloat in a certain way, that you follow these steps or you draw a grid on the ground. None of that. It's about bringing the folk home, and that the people, the fires that are lit in them, the gods can look out and see us doing this, moving forward. That is where I think we will make the success that our ancestors had actually supersede that, because now we've already learned about the idea of foreign inclinations, whether it's religions, philosophies, political ideologies, whatever it might be. We now know what is detrimental. In some ways, our ancestors had never dealt with that level. They had fought with each other and tested metal against metal. This was different, and now we've learned. And so when people say, oh, you can't think that way, our ancestors didn't think that way, they would never would have supported your ideas. It's like, no, our ancestors evolved, and they are us, and we are evolving, and the gods are beckoning us to build a relationship with them and then move forward with them. And we're not putting them in a hole. We're not tacking them into a box. We're not framing them. It's a relationship, and we are guided. And so people that's the thing, is we got to bridge that and get that in people's heads, that this is bigger, that this is happening because the gods are involved now, not just how they were involved in the lives of our ancestors. Once we do that, I think we will become more like our ancestors than we've ever been.
Indubitably. So if every Asatru today took their obligations to folk and community seriously, like our ancestors did, I think the biggest change would be their lives, their relationships, and their participation in Asatru would not be disposable. We wouldn't have people that rage quit or get butt hurt and blow up all of their friendships and all of their familial obligations. The bonds that bound our ancestors together made it through hard times, made it through, emotional upheaval. People were dedicated to one another and to purpose. If that happened, how would that transform our folk? We would not have to constantly be, I don't know if fearful is not the right word, but anticipate. We would not constantly have to anticipate treachery or anticipate people flaking out or quitting midstream. We would be able to count on the men and women next to us in a way that would bring peace of mind and confidence moving forward. Our Hofs would benefit because these people would be devoted and would want to, and I don't even mean this in a bad way, they would want to donate to their Hofs and participate at their Hofs out of piety, but also out of genuinely caring what their community thought of them. So an emphasis on supporting our Hofs would be there in a tenfold way from what it is now. And as far as our future, we wouldn't be taking 3 steps forward, 2 steps back all the time because people are flakes. We'd have people that stuck around, and we would continue to see growth instead of growth, loss, growth, loss, growth, loss, growth. If it was just the growth, we would have, if everyone who was ever a member of the AFA was still a member of the AFA today, I think we'd have 10 times the membership we have, at least. That would make everything we try to do 10 times as easy. that would mean we could support 50 Hoffs instead of 5. It would mean that we would have people everywhere to connect our new membership with. It would mean that we would have no shortage of resources and volunteers to accomplish most anything we set our mind to. And it would, excel us forward. It's amazing that we've been able to do as well as we have through the blessings of our gods. But our people have a lack of, part of the soul sickness is a tremendous lack of courage, lack of constancy, and lack of maturity in our folk. They have become atomized, and they don't take those bonds of community serious. We read about them, we talk about them, we chest thump about them. But when it comes to seriousness, our conditioning for a very long time has been this hyper-individualism. As we heal our folk, and I'll say this, we're on the path towards it. It is much better today than it's ever been. As our folk heal and see themselves as part of a kin fence, as part of a community, we will see these things exponentially increase. And that's really exciting. And we are moving towards it. It's never, where we want it as fast as we want it. But I think that's the nature of things. But it is moving in the right direction. So that's the thing that I think could be different.
Oh, I was going to say one thing. I have friends and I have people that I know that, and I've noticed this just with the last Pope of the Catholic Church. There are many of them who despised the last Pope, but they didn't leave their church. They didn't break away. And to me, that is something that I've noticed. And the one thing that hurts me about that is I kind of chalk it up to the caveat that their religion basically says, if you leave, you're gonna burn. Yahweh is gonna just really throw you in the bin or whatever it is. And we are without that caveat, and that should make people stay more than this kind of overarching kind of, I don't know, false Semitic fear. But instead it makes people again scatter or hyper individualism, and they're not seeing that this is the movement of the gods, and we should all be in it and all under one banner and all working together. Instead, it's like they need to have this kind of concept of that fear brought on their necks. And that's, I think that taint of it is what is not being said. We need to get to the point where our folk look at the Church of the Aesir as they're the one and the same. The gods and the AFA are coalescence of divine will moving forward, without the caveat of, if you become a Protestant, you're gonna, yeah.
I don't see that as much these days. I think there have been times and places in Christianity where it was held together by fear. What I have seen a lot is they genuinely love Jesus. They have internalized their Christianity as a part of who they are. And so they couldn't just cast it off. They genuinely believe that their God is watching them, and they don't want to let their God down. I wish that our people had the same amount of faith. Many of us do. Not nearly enough, but many of us do. More do today than did last year. More do last year than did 10 years previous. We're moving in the right direction, but healing the soul sickness in our folk is a long process, and it's hard, but it's moving the right direction. And I think that very small changes in that towards the good will make very large changes in our ability to do things and make things happen. So I'm excited for that. But Svan, will you take us into the final of our poems in this Edda, the Hervararkviða?
Yeah, in this, okay, so for a lot of folks in Asatru who maybe conceptualize ideas and talk about tropes in stories and stuff, this is the big one. This is one of the big ones. And I simply state that in the idea that even Tolkien was greatly influenced by this trope, the summoning of the spirit of the burial mound to retrieve a sword for quest or for victory. And it gets really good because there are things, just like how I see that, like white people in the United States will talk about like Native Americans and their birth totems, missing the mark about that, but then failing to realize that the Fylkja is very similar in what they're talking about. I've seen this with the West and the Anglosphere's like absolute, I don't know, romanticization of like samurai and the samurai sword. And we're about to see some stuff that is deeply European, but you'll hear it and see it in reminiscence, be like, that sounds like something, somebody would say like a samurai sword about. No, it's us. We've been doing this and it is the poetics of a warrior culture. And so I like this story because it lends to some of those things. Great. It's really well written. It's very metal, as we've been saying, but it also has some things in it that are really interesting. The summoning of the dead for a blade. That's cool. And so this is Hervarar, or her is a woman. It is her raising the king of the Goths that we were just talking about, Angantyr, raising him for a blade. It's a short one, but it is condensed and very just thick, viscously strong poem. So it starts right out. Now there may have been the intro here, and there is one in relation to apart from the Hauksbok, but in this translation it's not there. So we move into what immediately there's a discussion between Hervor and a shepherd. And I think this is again another referencing to the idea of the being outside of an enclosure, whether it's a herdsman or a guardsman, but the enclosure that she's going towards is very different than, like, say, a castle. So the shepherd says out loud, "Who by himself hath come hither on isle? Go thou straight away, get thee shelter." Hervor says, "I care not, go and get me shelter. Not anyone know, I of the island's men. Ere hence thou highest in haste, tell me, where are the house of Hiorvath named?" So imagine it more like there is a shepherd out in the fields, and beyond him are the burial mounds. And he's saying, I'm an edge walker. I'm out here in the wilds. You should seek shelter. You should get out of here. And that's not why Hervor's here. The shepherd turns to say, ask not of such, if sage thou art, friend of Vikings, friend of warriors, thou art on fairly ways. Let us fare hence so fast as our feet will carry. Without now, it is awful for men. So if you're truly a sage, don't ask where the burial mounds are. If you're a friend of warriors and have traveled over warrior ways, let us leave this place. So there's an immediate sense of dread. Hervor then says, this trinket's thine if thou tell me. 'Twere hard to hold back the hero's friend. So immediately offering gold in exchange. 'Tis folly in faith to fare thither for a man alone in the murky dark. Again, this reads so well. The herdsman is folly to go. It's folly in faith to fare thither for a man alone in this murky dark. Is fire abroad, the barrows open, burn field and fen. Let us flee in haste. Hervor then says, I scorn to dread a din like this. Though fires do burn all about the isle, let not men who are dead unman us, shepherd, with fear so swiftly, but say thou on. So he's speaking of the lights of the barrow mounds are lighting up and are lighting the fields of fire with their light. And Hervor says, I know that I've seen the lights, but we shall not let dead men unman us. I love that line. The shepherd then says, to the forest fast fled then the shepherd, nor more cared he to the maiden to speak, but hardier her heart then swelled in the daring do disdainfully. Now, bear in mind too, these translations are from Hollander, and there will be alliteration and there will be more storytelling of the poetics. So you have the poem written in its style, and then Hollander reinvigorates the storytelling of the verse. So, and she did. She went through the fires as though they were but smoke, until she came to the barrow of the berserkers. Then she said, and the word berserker is actually used in the it says, that she went to the hauge of the berserkeriana. And she said, awake, Angatir, wakes thee, Hervor, thy only child, Bern, is what the word is, but and in English, but also in Icelandic or Old Norse is child, Ber. Wake thee, Hervor, thy only child born of Svalva, the bitter brand from thy belt gird thou, which swinking dwarves of Svalverlaumi wrought. So she says, I'm here. I am your only child by the way of your wife, Svalva, and I am here for the bitter brand, the sword that girds on your belt, that was brought about by the hammer of dwarves from Svalverlaumi. So these, of course, the Dvergar, the under spirits of the earth, the spirits of energy and of matter, have shaped this sword. Hervarth, Hiorvarth, Rani, Angatir, I awake you all, ye wights neath the mold, with helmets and burnies, and bitter swords with gory spears, and all the gear of war. Have Arngrim's sons, the evil men's, their corpses become to clay and mold? seeing that none of the sons of Eifira with me will speak in Munnar Bay. So here we have you totally turned into, it's like a kind of a spurning on. Even in death, you should be lively. Have you turned totally to the dirt and to the mold, to the clay? And then here at the end, you know, the mentioning here of the sons of Eifira, and I'm looking in here in the translations, there's no notes upon which it is stated. Also, there is a interjected stanza that was supposed to be said by the shepherd before he left, and it is hell's gate lifted? Is the land of the dead opened up? The barrows do open. The edge of the isle is alight with fire. Awful it is to be without. To thy ships thy hasten thee, O maiden. So that was kind of a section that was to be up before the shepherd left. And I'm just now seeing that in the notes. So then Hervor says, as she is spurning her line to come out of the barrow, she says, may all of you feel within your ribs as though in anthill your ill bones rotted. But the sword ye fetch me forged by Dvalin, it befits not ghosts to guard its prized arms. So again, the heavy sense, this is definitely where I think Tolkien was picking up much, but your sword was forged by Dvalin, the dwarf, mentioned in the Völuspá, in the Dvergatal. It does not befit that ghosts should guard it. And then Angantyr says, Hervor, daughter, why dost thou call me with cold curses? Thy will cost thee dear. Bereft of reason and raving art thou, that with wildered thought thou wakest the dead. Neither father me buried, nor fellow kinsman, thy brother's banesman's this barrow raised. The twain who lived did with Tyrfing win. Now one of the victors wields it at last. Hervor then speaks, thou sayest not sooth. So a lot of people don't know what soothsaying. Sooth, it means truth in English, in old Elder English. So what you are saying is not the truth. Thou sayest not sooth. May so the gods leave thee whole in this how, as thou hast not Tyrfing with thee. Unwilling art you to give thy daughter her dearest wish. Angantyr then says that this is the section that was moved from the shepherd to Angantyr. Is hell's gate lifted and the house do open? The edge of the isle is all afire. Awful it is to be without. To thine ships hie thee in haste, O maiden. So, and it says here too that this originally was stanza 7 from the shepherd, but is moved here. And I don't know if it's because of the way it was written that it was sought to be from him, but she says, such nightly blaze ye cannot build, that of their fires afraid I grow. Will Hervor's heart not be horror struck, even though a ghost in the grave door stood? I tell thee, Hervor, heed my warning. What will happen, thou hero's daughter? I say but sooth. Will this sword become the slayer of all thy sib and kin? Thou, it have a son who hereafter will wield Tyrving and trust his strength. Heidrek will be the height of men and the mightiest grow of men under heaven. So he's giving this warning. The sword that you take, Tyrving, will be the doom of and the slayer of both Sib and kinsmen. And she says, thus shall I deal with you, dead men bones, that in your graves ye get no rest. Out of the how hand me this hater of bairnies, the hater of chainmail, the sword. This, the dwarves' handiwork, 'twill not do to hide it. And Angantyr says in return, hardly human I hold thee, maiden, about barrows who hoverest at night with graven spear and Gothic iron, with helmet and bairnie, the hall's gates before. And she returns, howbeit then, human was I held to be either hither and hide to me your hall to seek. Hand me, Angantyr, out of the how that sword wherewith thou slewest Hjalmar. So in this part here, the idea is, you are traversing between the gates of the veil, and me thinks you not a human, but bear in mind she's also not stepping in. She won't traverse that threshold. It has to be the other way. But she says, I'm human enough and brave enough that I went and braved these the flames and the lights and the ghosts of the barrow mounds. Give me what I want, which is the sword. And Angantyr says, under my shoulders hidden lies Hjalmar's bane. About its blade blazes fire. In this wide world know I no woman born who would dare wield the dreaded weapon. And just something to state of that statement, he says under his shoulders, a common practice during the migration period and on into the Nordic period is that the swords were not placed at the waist, but were placed under the armpit during riding. It was easier to draw the sword than to have the sword clanking and bouncing around. But it's both mentioned here that it's girded at his waist, but he also states, no, it's under my shoulder. And both is probably true. In essence, he is a ghost. It's not, the sword is there, but I just found it interesting because he says under his shoulders. Then she returns, would I hold in hand, if have it I might, the bitter brand, and in battle wield it? Not a whit fear I the fire blazing. It swiftly sinks as I seek it with eye. Witless art thou and wanton of mind, like a fool to fling thee into fire blazing. Out of the how, the barrow mound. Rather shall I hand the sword, hardy maiden, nor withhold it from thee. Well, then dost thou warrior's offspring out of the barrow mound to hand Tyrfing, which leavier to me, thou lord of battle, then now to all Norway. And again, this writing of Norway, the northern way, Norwayer. So the attainment of the sword she will take back to her lands. Angantyr says, and not Norway the country, the northern way. Angantyr says, thou little knowest, luckless woman, what ill thou hadst wrought with reckless speech. I say but sooth, will this sword become the slayer of all thy sib and kin. To my ships on the shore now shall I head me. Is the hero's daughter happy in mind? Little reck I, ruler of men, whether my sons will slay each other. And so she says, little do I care, little do I reckon, O ruler of men, talking to Angantyr, whether or not my sons slay each other. She is obsessed to get the sword. And he says, thou let have it through your life and long joy in it, but keep thou hidden Hjalmar slayer, nor touch its edges. On the twain is poison, is that bitter brand baneful to all. Farewell, daughter, and I would fain give thee the thews of 12 men, if thou layest but heed me, their lives and their strength, stored up wealth, with Arngrim's sons left after them. And she says, shall I then head me hence? Happily may ye along be gone, and live in your barrow mound. But lately I lingered twixt life and death, when all about me blazed the fire. So one of the things that's kind of what I was talking about with like the samurai sword thing is the mentioning of the idea that it is baneful, but if it is pulled from its sheath, it is beckoned to take the blood or the baleful lives of men. So he's saying, like, touch it not, do not remove it from its sheath, because if it comes out, it will wreak havoc. It is poisoned, a terrible sword, and that she is, again, playing with fate beyond her reckoning, that she pulls this sword. Very, very cool poem. But that is it. She takes the sword and she says that she is forever kind of in between the life and death, because she stood in the glow of those baleful flames from the barrow mounds.
Well, there you have it. We have finished with our epic study of the Poetic Edda. Thank you for being here with us and sharing our study with us. I hope it has been beneficial to you. I know that Svan and I have both gotten a lot out of it. I know many of the poems, especially these later, smaller poems, I have not read in years, so it is great to go back and read them and absorb them and share them with folks. So thank you, guys. We have one more question tonight. What do you believe the Aesir are asking of our folk right now in this moment of history? And what do you think it is going to take for us to get there? And what will it cost us if we fail to answer that call? Svan.
Well, I mean, I think nothing shy of course, coming home. There is so much at the precipice. I don't think it needs to be said. I don't think that there's a failing to understand amongst our folk and those who do know, but there are so many who don't. I think it's imperative that the gods want us to tell the folk about them, to go out and speak of them as they must be spoken of, the bastion of our people. We have to return to our folk faith. We can't harbor these foreign faiths, these foreign ideas, these foreign indulgences. Even with all of their chest beating, it is still, we are at the greatest threat of our existence. And as the founder of our church said, our existence is non-negotiable. But that incorporates this understanding that this is not some philosophical battle. This is not some political battle. This is spiritual, and it starts here. And so I would say that the gods do want us to be that beacon to let people know. Because again, half of it's really just them not even knowing that we exist. It's not about whether they hate us or don't hate us or what have you. They just don't even know. Like I spoke about, there was a member in North Carolina who had been living, and he just happened to drive by and was like, wait, I've been honoring the gods for years. I didn't even know. And he joined, and now he's there and things are good, but that needs to happen in mass. Go out. When you are on social media, I would even say that. Stop giving your energy to this foreign religion. If you want to know more, go to runestone.org. Tell people, just be a herald and go out there and say it. But if we don't, the last part of your question, if we don't, I mean, I do not believe that the gods would allow our demise. I think that we are synchronistically together in that. But it is one thing that we learn about Ragnarok. If there's one thing that we learn from the faith and the ethos of our religion, is that despite that doom, or despite any horizon, whether it's bright or whether it is dark, is that we turn to face it, and we face it wholeheartedly. So I'm a believer in hope, and I'm a believer that the gods are very powerful, and they are with us, and they are doing things in our lives and in the world. So I'm of kind of more of a positive note. But regardless, if there's, again, the ethos of our faith is to turn and face the horizon and attain it, whatever lies there. So best to do it laughing, I feel, smile on face and moving forward. But wherever you go with that, if you have done your best, then whatever that horizon is, you will meet it knowing you did your best. So are we doing our best?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I suppose my answer is similar to Svan's. Our founder, Steve McNallen, described it as this time, he is issuing the call for an ingathering of the folk. Our founder was given a very special mission by All-Father Odin to restart our troth with the Aesir, to reinvigorate the gift cycle, to bring our folk home. And we are living in the early stages of fulfillments of that. The Aesir want our people to wake up to their true faith of Asatru, to come home to our true gods, and to reforge that link that sustains us spiritually and that heals the soul sickness that our people face. And it's, the ripples go out from that. I know those listening to this, like, really the gods are that concerned with, small group of people coming home to Asatru? Yes, because from a small group of people, a larger group of people comes in, and larger. It has to start somewhere. It is much further than it was when the mission was given to our founder. And we have seen the lives of those involved who stay true and who stay loyal enhanced in a profound way. So I think our gods want us to come home to our true selves, to our authentic faith, our authentic gods, and our authentic identity, and to take strength and pride and dignity from that, and to restore that pride and strength and dignity to our race as we move forward into the future, to where our people walk with their chest out and their heads up as sons and daughters of the Aesir. That's what they want, and that's what we're trying our very best to implement. What it's going to take for that is for people to have the courage to venture out of their comfort zone and to stand with the eyes of people upon them, people who might call them racist or call them silly. You know, is it worse to be laughed at or to be hated? But I think those are both fears that each of us need to face and overcome to move forward. It's funny, the wolves that seek to devour the sun and the moon, Skoll and Haiti, hatred and mockery. Those are the things that we must overcome to move forward. And we need to outpace like Sol and Manny. That's what it will take. And for those of us who take up the challenge and who move forward, our gods will bless us, they'll know us, and they'll remember us. I'm confident in that. Should much of our folk or a critical mass fail to rise to the invitation of our Aesir to come home, then more bleakness and more soul sickness and more of the same. But I believe very much that as long as we exist, it is never out of our reach to rebuild our relationship with our gods. There's never a time that we exist as people to where we cannot call out to the Aesir and make offering to them and them not hear us. We are connected inseverably by our very blood and bone. And that opportunity is always there in each generation. But we're in a special time. We're in a time where the Allfather reached out and touched Stephen McNallen in 1968. And again, for the skeptical or whoever listens, you can conceive of it in any of a number of ways. Something special happened to where the Allfather of our gods initiated the rebirth of our faith, the reforging of Asatru, through his chosen herald, our founder, Steve McNallen. 32, years after the founding of the AFA, what could math, what are we looking at? 57 years from that time, we have, when there weren't temples to our gods for 1,000 years, we now have 5. Where this wasn't a thing and was a curiosity or what could be, we have a thriving community of faithful that gather every month at 5 Hofs and regularly are in the gift cycle with the Aesir. It's very easy because we are hungry and we are ambitious and we are on fire for wanting to build this, to see how far we have to go before we meet our ambitions. But here's a secret. Wherever that horizon is of, man, where I wish man, if only we had this, if only this many people came home. If we had that magically today, immediately I would project out that much further into, man, but if only because I think that ambition and that hunger to trend ever and ever more worthy of our noble ancestors and our holy gods is eternal. There's no end to it. So we've come a long way. We have amazing things yet to do. We're on track to do those things. The more of you come home and help us, the faster we'll get to them. But we'll always move forward nonetheless, as long as we have folk that stand faithful to the ICER, we will continue progress. So yeah, it's kind of a long-winded answer to that, but the gods issued a call for our people to come home. It's our jobs to magnify that call and to provide the guidance, the assistance, the leadership, and the structure to facilitate the accomplishment of that call. And we're doing that. We have a lot more yet to do. But yeah, thank you guys. I'm excited to be starting again 2026, the 32nd year of the Asatru Folk Assembly with each and every one of you. We've come far, but as I was just saying, we got a lot of work yet to do, and it's work that we're excited to do. I invite you all to be part of it. If you're a member, be an active member. Show up. Go to your Hof. Go to local meetups. Get together with your AFA family close to where you're at or far away. Make it happen. If you're not a member, why not? If you're waiting for the perfect time, cool. That perfect time is right now. But yeah, I am proud to be starting 2026 with everyone here and with all of our AFA family. And I'm very excited for our future. Svan, thank you for taking us through this exhaustive study of, one of the most foundational pieces of our lore.
No, it's been fun reading this again and going over. It's been very, very good.
You have exposed a great number of people to material they have never encountered, they've never read, they've never heard. And I don't think that's a small thing. I think that's something really cool. And we appreciate you being here and sharing the experience, making it happen. Nick, thank you for all that you do. You are silent often on this, but you are ever present. You're the one person that's made it on more of these shows than I have. Thank you for facilitating all of this and making this run as seamlessly as it does.
182 out of 183. It's been my pleasure, sir.
There you go.
Dang.
We got more yet to do. So, yeah.
Eyes are down. Spekinger
Svan will join us once again 2 weeks from today for us to start the Prose Edda with the Gylfaginning, the introduction and then the Gylfaginning, which we've all been very excited to get to. So that's awesome. Next week, folk builder Chris Savage will be here to talk to you guys about the period of underground Asatru in a time of darkness between the conversions and the Romantic period. There's a lot of medieval practice. We have two heroes that were practicing Asatru in the 1400s. So talking about that time and what that looked like and that piece of our history and those men that stood faithful in a strange time and in an occupied land and an occupied time. So I'm looking forward to that. Until then, Hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.